Dan.
Nestled in the heart of the stunning Wasatch Range, just 30 minutes north of Salt Lake City, Hill Air Force Base is one of the United States Air Force's premier installations, a place where innovation meets tradition, where the past and the future of air power converge. Established in 1940, this base has played a crucial role in the defense of our nation. From its impressive heritage to its advanced capabilities, Hill Air Force Base stands as a symbol of American strength, resilience, and a commitment to freedom. Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday and welcome into our broadcast position near Air Show Center for day one of this 2024 Utah Air Show, the Warriors over the Wasatch. I'm Dan Hawkins from the Air Education and Training Command Public Affairs team. Delighted to be joined now by Lori Pritchard from KSL News Channel 5. How are you?
Oh, so excited to be here. I grew up going to air shows, and this is by far the biggest air show. KSL is so proud to be a part of this. This air show, always one of the area's most highly anticipated events of the year. And we're 2 years removed from the last air show, and we are so excited to be back. The crowds, oh my gosh, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Thousands of people, they are here. They've been in line since early this morning to get through those gates. The show is slated to get underway in just about, 10 minutes or so from now?
10 minutes, yeah. So this base bordered by the colorful Wasatch Mountains to the east and the Great Salt Lake to the west. Hill home to the 75th Air Base Wing and the Ogden Air Logistics Complex, which provides critical maintenance, repair, and overhaul support for a variety of aircraft and weapon system. The base also proud host to the 388th and the 419th Fighter Wings. They fly those cool F-35s that the people of Utah get to see in the sky
I'm
every
looking
day.
at one right now.
Yeah.
And for those that might not know, Hill is the U.S. Air Force's second largest base by population. And also, we're talking geographical size. It's like a small city here.
It's huge.
It's also one of the state's largest employers.
So today's show being broadcasted live by our outstanding team of women and men from the 2nd Audiovisual Squadron here at Hill Air Force Base, and they have a special treat, months in the making, that's taken the broadcast to new heights with the help of Fuji Films and the Snow Basin Ski Resort in a never-before-seen shot. We have a camera high above us out in the Wasatch Mountains.
Okay, so this is affectionately known as the Mountain Cam, and we've got some people up there with Senior Airman Joshua Carroll, Mr. Adam White. They are bringing you those pictures right now, and that's a really great way to watch this air show from above. Right?
Yeah,
not only the ground, but above as well.
Yeah, Nathaniel Hampton out there as well. So you get a great shot there of Hill Air Force Base on this beautiful Saturday morning. And Lori, the theme for this year's air show, Breaking Barriers Together, designed to showcase the partnership between Hill and the surrounding communities around the base. And we have an exciting weekend to really demonstrate the awe-inspiring power of military and civilian air power.
And everyone is really pumped, to see the show's headliners. We've got the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds. You've probably been seeing him the last few days flying around. Also appearing this weekend is Hill's own F-35 demonstration team. We've got Tora as well, and the P-51 Mustang. Many more aerial ground displays.
There are so many aircraft out here. I absolutely love Tora. If you've never seen it, their mix of air power assets teaches how the course of U.S. history was changed on December 7th of 1941, of course, the attack on Pearl Harbor. So everyone's really in for a treat. Pyrotechnics, a lot of airplanes. It's just going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's also a new act scheduled to appear. It's the 10-6. It's kind of a multi-aircraft show with pyrotechnics. You got flying demonstrations and vehicles that are performing, and it's happening all at the same time. Okay. Yeah, so there will be static ground displays of numerous military and civilian aircraft to include the KC-135, the Stratotanker, the C-5 Galaxy, and our KSL News helicopter, Chopper 5.
I've been told you like to fly in the choppers.
No, I don't get in the helicopter. I love Ben, our chopper pilot. He is phenomenal, but I don't get in the helicopter.
Fair enough.
I'm afraid of heights.
Stem City also makes its return this year with an exciting display of hands-on booths to encourage children and educate parents on opportunities in the area of science, technology, engineering, and math. All of those skills so important to what they do here
Absolutely.
at Hill Air Force Base in the defense industry as well.
Also, I'm hearing that Stem City will have an F-35 Lightning II flight simulator. That's presented by Lockheed Martin. So visitors can really experience that firsthand, how you can fly an F-35. I mean, my brother is an A-10 pilot, and that is how he learned, through the simulator first.
Yeah.
So that's what you get to do.
The A-10 Warthog, the Army's best friend. I bet he said that before.
Yes, he has. He sure has.
There are a few different ways that you can watch the live stream this weekend. We're on the Hill Air Force Base Facebook page. We're also on the KSL Plus app.
Download for free.
So you can get all your latest news and watch the air show.
Absolutely. We'll be there.
Yeah, so make sure you give Hill Air Force Base and KSL a follow on social media so you can stay up to speed on everything this weekend.
All right, let's talk about the crowd because it's big.
It's huge.
They continue to file in, and every effort is being made right now to kind of minimize those delays as you come into Hill and also leaving the event as well. So the team here at Hill, happy to have everyone as a guest, but we just want to make sure a few air show do's and don'ts designed really to make your visit safe and enjoyable for those of you that are going to make your way in and out of the base, whether it's today or tomorrow. So for security's sake, base officials ask for your cooperation in keeping dangerous items outside. Don't bring it into the installation. All bags will be quickly inspected, and all individuals are subject to search prior to entering the base and airshow gates. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah, so definitely plan your trip. I know if you're on your way out here, you've probably experienced the traffic already, parking, so just be patient. Please consider taking the front runner trains and shuttle buses provided by the Utah Transit Authority. They'll run both days, today and tomorrow. To find out more information about this service, log on to the link that's on your screen. So speaking of learning a little bit more, let's get a weather report from our friend Matt Johnson at KSL.
Oh man, Utah's biggest single event is here, and it looks like the weather's going to cooperate. It will definitely be on the warm side, folks. By noon, sunny skies, 87 degrees. Now you get towards 2 and 3 o'clock, we're into the 90s. Really hot out on that tarmac, but this is when the Thunderbirds will be coming out. We get into 5 o'clock, 98 degrees, full-on sunshine for most of the event. Be ready for some hot, hot weather.
So what they're saying is it's going to be hot.
Bring your sunscreen, that's for sure, and your water.
Absolutely delighted now to be joined by Colonel Jeffrey Holland, the commander of the 75th Air Base Wing here at Hill. I guess we could just affectionately say the mayor.
Absolutely. I am the unelected mayor of Hill Air Force Base.
So can you maybe talk a little bit about what not only the folks who are watching the live stream, but who came out here to the base today, what are they going to see today?
Well, they're going to see a great demonstration of American air power, our military acts, and then the opportunity of aviation, whether it's our civilian acts who are out here, or we also have a large hangar full of STEM events, so a chance to see what kind of opportunities out there for career and education, and then also a great show of appreciation, right? Because this is really a Utah air show. It's a chance for us to give thanks to our local communities in the entire state for all they do to help our airmen feel like they belong when they're assigned here and home at Hill Air Force Base.
Now, my brother always says you hear those fighter jets, and that's the sound of freedom.
Sound of freedom.
So we're so excited to be here, and thank you so much for inviting all of us on behalf of the Utah community onto the base to be able to see this. What does it take to get all of these people onto Hill?
Yeah, so we started planning this event as soon as we finished the last one. And so it starts with a small group, about 30 people, and it grows. Today we'll have over 1,000 people between military and community volunteers helping to pull today off. And it really is. It's a 2-year labor of love to pull this off and make it happen for the Utah and the community.
So you're actually in a unique position because you had just taken command in 2022 when the air show came. So in a rare instance, as the wing commander, you actually get to sit through 2 air shows at Hill.
Absolutely. This is so the last time this happened, it was my 4th day on the job. And so
no.
It was a little bit overwhelming at that point, but my kids, I have 2 teenagers, and they said, "Dad, if you have any chance, we want to do this again." And so I said, "All right, kids, we'll see what we can do." And so here we are. And so about 2 weeks from now, I'll have the chance to hand over the flag for Hill Air Force Base to my successor. But my kids are the reason that I'm here today because it's so much fun.
Hi, kids.
Yeah, absolutely. So why does the Air Force feel that these air shows are so important? There's so many reasons. Can you kind of talk about that?
Absolutely. The number one reason is this helps expose people to really what the Air Force does and the opportunity that we have in it, right? Especially at Hill Air Force Base, it's unique. We actually have displays because a lot of Hill Air Force Base are civilian airmen, and you don't actually have to be in the uniform to serve the nation from home here in Utah. But in generally, you're going to have a chance to talk to Colonel Michael Getty, who's the 388th Fighter Wing commander. He'll tell you that when he was a kid, he decided he wanted to be a pilot when he came to an air show.
Yeah.
Right? He saw that happen. And that happens time and time again, whether it's going to be a pilot, a mechanic, or any different job in the Air Force. People first get inspired when they see the glory of it all in an air show.
I think those mechanics, that's really important to mention, because those are the unsung heroes, because those mechanics keep these planes flying. That's why sometimes you'll see the mechanic's name on the airplane. And they deserve that recognition.
Absolutely. So my background in the Air Force is just that, aircraft maintenance. And so, yeah, there's nobody who does more work to make sure that when the show goes off, whether it's mission for war or mission for flying an air show, than the mechanics who make it happen.
Yeah, so it's really interesting, too, the fact that so many opportunities to serve. We're actually going to talk to Miss Michelle Hathaway tomorrow about all the civilian opportunities that you mentioned. What's so special about the Hill community with its diverse workforce?
It's just, I guess, really the way the community interacts with the base to make sure that we have all the talent that we need to really pull off this huge operation. So on a daily basis, we have about 30,000 people who work and live here at Hill Air Force Base, and about 16,000 of those are civilian.
Wow.
So about 5,000 of them are uniformed military, and about 6,000 contractors for the government. And so it is really a different base than most Air Force bases, and it's really a matter of bringing everybody's talent and their potential, and helping them fulfill that here. And I think the community around us does that better than anybody else.
Well, you were so supported too, and not to mention the fact, we KSL did stories with local businesses that surround Hill, and they said that this weekend they make their most money because so many people come in. I mean, people come from all over the country to come see this. It is one of the biggest air shows we know, but it's also one of the a really large air base. And those of us who are civilians, we don't get to come on the base very often.
Yeah.
Tell us, it's kind of like a small city. What do you have here that, people may not really know who don't get a chance to get on an air base?
Yeah, so we have a little bit of everything. We really are a small city.
Yeah.
We have a Department of Public Works, just like a city would. We have a police force. We have a hospital. We have all those kind of activities that happen in a normal city. They happen here, too. And it's just a little microcosm of what's out there. And so we're excited to have people come on. What we don't have a lot of is parking. So I do want to encourage people, use public transit to get here is the best way.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point. So, you talked about Colonel Getty and why he decided to join the Air Force. And, obviously, as you think about inspiring the next generation, what made you want to join the Air Force?
So I grew up, my dad serving in the Army, and so I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and so it was G.I. Joe in the Cold War. And so that's the life that I lived. But I joined the Air Force. I went to the Air Force Academy in Colorado, and my intent was to serve for 5 years. And I've served a little bit longer than 5 years at this point. I'm closing in just past 24 years in the Air Force. And the reason I continue to serve is because the airmen that I get to serve with and the mission that we get to do defending freedom. So I've had a chance to be part of the Air Force as we responded to 9/11. I've been part of humanitarian relief missions both overseas and at home for hurricane relief. There's no better feeling than knowing that you're making a difference in somebody's life and really defending the things that we hold dear.
Okay, let's talk about your job on a day-to-day basis. Like, tell me what you do kind of, as you go about your day.
Oh, every day is a little bit different,
I bet it is.
But a little bit the same, I guess. So I would say that day to day, we try to remove barriers for people to have success in their jobs, right? Just like a mayor would. A lot of social engagements, going out and interacting with the community, and a lot of making sure that our airmen are able to fulfill their potential here.
Yeah.
So a lot of engagement with the state and local communities to make sure this is a place where airmen feel like they can belong.
Right. So I'll say it because I know you won't. He's kind of a big deal.
He is a big deal. He's the mayor.
He's the mayor.
Yeah. So, I mean, as the crowd continues to file in, we get really close to the start of this air show. I'm just curious, and this may be a loaded question, so I'll warn you ahead of time, but maybe what's your favorite aircraft?
So that's really tough. That is
The politician coming out.
But I'll tell you the truth. So the last aircraft that I had the chance to work on was the B-2. So the stealth bomber.
Yeah.
And if things line up correctly today, we should see a flyover. I won't reveal the time, so you got to come out and watch. But we should see one of those fly overhead, and I think those are just amazing. It is. They can carry up to 80 individually targetable bombs at one time, so they can really. It's almost like an entire strike force by itself. And it's also one of our nuclear-capable bombers. Wow. So we won't be carrying anything nuclear when it flies over here, so no need to worry there. But it is a really powerful airplane, and it's just it's magic to work on.
Now, you said you're going to be moving on pretty soon. What are you going to miss about Utah?
Wow, so I'm going to miss a ton. So I love the view behind us, right? I heard you talk about it. This is a lot of our performers, one of their favorite places to perform because of the backdrop. Mm-hmm. We love the mountains. We've had a great time with the community. We have loved every aspect about our job here.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to maybe catch that B-2 Spirit hitting across that backdrop. That's going to be pretty majestic.
It will be fantastic. and if the weather cooperates with us, we will see the largest pyrotechnic display in the country this year.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's not only Tora, but there's some other acts that use pyrotechnics.
We have a ton of acts that are doing pyro today. So it'll be, like I said, we confirmed it. It is the largest in the country if the weather cooperates.
Okay, so when you call people up and say, hey, do you want to be part of this? And they just automatically say yes because they want to come here?
That is very true. We do a great job taking care of our performers here. The backdrop is, like I said, among the best in the country, and everybody loves to perform here.
Yeah, so as we get set to start, we'll let you leave on this last note. But, she talked about, the things that you're going to miss about Utah. But any last thoughts for the people in the surrounding communities who support Hill every single day?
It really is just thank you. Right, that's why we put on this show. That's why we do a 2-year labor of love, is so that we can make sure that you understand how much we appreciate what they bring to us, so that we can do our jobs as airmen for our country.
Well, on behalf of Utah, I just want to say thank you so much for your service and what you've done for our community here up at in Layton and the surrounding areas. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that was Colonel Jeff Holland, the commander of the 75th Air Base Wing here at Hill Air Force Base. So it's about time for showtime, Lori. So we're going to go out and check out the skies above Hill as the United States Special Operations Command parachute team gets ready to make its way to Air Show Center. So we're going to go ahead and take a look now, before we take it out to Show Center, at a little bit of that economic impact that Lori was talking about earlier.
Absolutely. So many businesses feel the effects of this air show, and this is one of their biggest weekends. Take a look at how this air show impacts not only just Hill, but the surrounding area.
In this corner of Layton, the burritos and tacos.
Everybody know our famous queso.
And yeah, that too. They all draw people into Moe's, a nationally known chain, but Michael Lynn is part owner of the only one in Utah.
Welcome to Moe's.
But after 9 years here, he knows those numbers will shoot way up as crowds converge to look at the sky.
Air show will bring a lot of customers coming here, and especially we have a patio in here, and you can sit down watching the airplane fly over your head. That's amazing.
The sounds of freedom bring a huge boost to the economy.
So we pull from about an 8-state area for this air show every 2 years. We see about 250,000 visitors a day.
Kevin Ireland, executive director at the Utah Air Show Foundation, says they've come to expect that Warriors Over the Wasatch serves as a major draw for a whole lot of people.
It's one of the largest on-installation air shows in the country.
And while many of those visitors are here,
they stay and extend their stay and visit, the Big Five down south, the Dinosaur Park, and other areas around northern Utah.
The reason why business owners are already gearing up for likely the biggest weekend of the year.
Yeah, definitely. We're planning like 2 weeks ahead and to making sure everything will go smoothly.
In Layton, Mike Anderson, KSL 5 News.
Yeah, here, you see Kurt?
Does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. Oh, thank you. Please be seated. Please be comfortable. And Miss Ellie Franco, you are
A little portion of the national anthem there, as of course that's why we're here, to celebrate our freedom. And I'm so excited to introduce you to Kevin Ireland, who is part of the Utah Air Show Foundation. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for working on this. How long has the planning, how much planning has gone into making all of this happen today?
Well, Lori, good morning. You know, it takes us about 20 months to put all this together. Wow. We'll literally start about August or September of this year for 26.
Wow.
Yeah, it just takes that long to put everything together because, as you can imagine, the logistics for something this large takes a long time.
Yeah, so what is the role of the Utah Air Show Foundation? It's kind of a unique organization that really helps the base put this event on.
Yeah, absolutely. We created the foundation with one purpose in mind, and that was to help fund the air show. With the restrictions that the military has, with being at wartime and people overseas, they don't have the dollars it takes to put on large air shows like this, and we saw a need. And air shows are so important because they're a recruiting tool for the Air Force. So we felt we should step in, and we created our 501c3 to actually step in and help fund for the air shows, and have grown it into this huge event that we absolutely love doing.
You have got to be so proud of this. I mean, this is one of the largest air shows in the country.
Yeah, it's amazing. And the performers that come love coming here. We take care of them really well, and they love to fly here with that incredible background that we have. And it's really become the premier air show in the Western United States.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about it. We saw the economic impact package, and we talked a little bit about that with Colonel Holland.
Yeah.
But the air show really not only is a recruiting tool, but it's really helpful for the entire communities that surround the base as well.
Oh, no question, because, you know, we have people that come from 8-state area around us that will come in and spend 4 or 5 days here. They'll go to the Dinosaur Park. They'll go to the zoo. They'll go down to the Big Five and to one of the national parks. And then they come to this weekend for the air show. So it really boosts a lot of what goes on in the community, both through hotels, gas purchasing, food. And we're just so happy that we're able to do that for the state.
What is your background? Tell me a little bit about you. How did you get involved in this?
I've done a little bit of everything, but I ran shopping centers for a long time. I ran Fashion Place at Trolley Square, Ogden City Mall. But I've always been involved in doing events. I've helped with state Harley rallies, concert venues. And so it's just, I like doing events, and they asked for somebody to help them years ago. And I said, well, I'll help out.
Well, in doing events like that you have in the past, how is that different than this kind of event?
Completely different, because you have to really create a partnership with the military. Because what I can do on the outside is completely different than what we can do inside here. So we, over the years, have really created a great partnership and have been able to build a package that brings this to the community.
How many people are with the Utah Air Foundation?
You're looking at it.
Oh, wow.
A one-man band.
Dang.
I am a one-man band.
As you see, some
Hats off to you.
aircraft are in the air. Lori and Kevin, the start, we saw a C-130 getting ready to go take off as well. And as Kevin, as we look at the start of flying for the day, it's so exciting. But can you kind of talk about maybe the process of, you know, how do you figure out what acts to bring in, and,
Sure.
and how does that work?
So what we try to do is we try to look to see what we want to present to the public in any particular year for an air show. And based upon that, we start looking and selecting who has those types of aircraft. Now, along with that, we want to make sure we have the best pilots we can possibly get. And you're seeing two of the top pilots right now in the country. Rob Holland is like 12-time national champion in aerobatics. And Bill Stein, they call the pilot's pilot. He has trained most of the aerobatic pilots out there. So they are two of the absolute best.
Yeah, Rob Holland in the MXSRH and Bill Stein in the Zivco Edge 540.
Yeah.
Those are two pretty cool airplanes.
Yeah, and they'll both be doing solo acts later today, so we're real excited about having them here.
Yeah, so we're talking about all the stuff you're going to see in the sky, but there's a lot that you probably do to get all the static displays here.
No question. We have lots of statics, both World War II era, Vietnam era, and right up to modern-day F-35s. But, we also have things like STEM City, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We have universities here and different companies showing people and kids this is what you can do with that kind of education. It could be building an airplane. It could be building an engine. It could be robotics. There's a lot of different ways to utilize that education. And so we really like to present that to people and have them enjoy that.
When you walk through the crowd, what are some of the things that you overhear people saying, especially, maybe kids to their parents? Or...
The thing I hear the most is wow, probably. Like the kids just absolutely love it. But I hear wow from adults as well. I mean, people are just so enamored with what they're seeing and understanding how they fly these airplanes the way they do. And the support in Utah for the military especially is different than anywhere else I've ever lived. They're so supportive here, and everybody wants to be here to help in any way they can. It's awesome.
Yeah, and so I'm just curious. We talked a little bit with Colonel Holland about his background and what made him decide to join the Air Force, but what kind of stoked your love of aviation?
I grew up going to air shows in Ohio, in Dayton, and then Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I just always was in love with watching the airplanes fly. So when I had an opportunity back in the 90s here in Utah to give some assistance, I volunteered and started helping, and the more I got involved and the more I learned about the industry, the more I fell in love with it and essentially built my own job.
Do you, it's so interesting. Same thing. My father growing up, he was just enamored with airplanes and took us around to air shows around Missouri. But that led to a passion of planes in my brother, who grew up to fly A-10s.
There you go.
But just looking at the STEM City and these static displays and seeing these pilots up in the air, that really does give kids particularly a sense of what they can do,
right.
whether it is flying or working on an aircraft, or the just myriad of things that people can do on an airbase. I wonder in the years past how many of these kids have gone on because of these air shows to work.
I can tell you it's a lot, and I can tell you if you talk to any of the pilots that are flying, 8 out of 10 are going to tell you they saw an air show at some point when they were little, and they went, I want to do that. Whether it was military or civilian, but that's what drove them to learn how to fly.
I love that this is a mix, too. We've got the military, but we also have some civilian planes as well.
Yeah, we try to mix it up and really give you a taste of all different types of aviation and what you can see.
Yeah, so when you look at all the acts that are here, how do you differentiate, hey, we want to bring in Tora because they weren't here in 2022. How do you kind of work all of that?
Yeah, well, we lay all that out and kind of look at what we want to do and what we want to present to the crowd in that particular year. Certainly we have our top 5 or 6 favorites from the civilian side that we really like to have because A, they're the best pilots, and B, they're easy to work with. They like coming here, and those are the people we want to have here. But then we also reach out to people like Tora who haven't had an opportunity to be here, and we're willing to fly out here and do the show and present to the people something completely different from what they've ever seen before. And that's what we're always trying to bring, something new, something different, and really something that's just going to make people go, wow.
Do you ever get a chance to actually watch what's happening?
Yeah. Sunday afternoon, usually I can take a breath and catch the last hour or so, but that's about it.
Well, that's a pretty good hour to catch
it
because
is.
America's ambassadors in blue, the Air Force Thunderbirds, will be flying in that last hour. So that's a good hour to catch.
Absolutely. It really
absolutely.
is.
Absolutely.
I think it's important to note, too, not only do we have, the static displays, but there's a lot of vendors here as well.
There is all kinds of stuff, aviation related and or food and drink. There's something here for everybody. So if people are worried about coming out and what we're going to have, we have everything. Come out and spend the day with the family, bring the kids. It's a free event. So come spend the day.
I think actually me and Lori are in a little bit of trouble because I already can smell the food coming from just beyond our broadcast position.
So I'm really interested in planes, so I want to spend my time like with my back to you all. Like, wait, what's happening? I can't see anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just amazing.
Rob Holland and Bill Stein there on your screen, opening up the air show, warming up the crowd, if you will. They'll both have individual performances, solo acts later on today. And day one of this Utah Air Show, we're talking with Kevin Ireland, who is the Utah Air Show Foundation director and apparently the one-man band.
Yeah, exactly.
But Kevin, we really want to say thank you for coming out and what you do for not only Hill Air Force Base but also out in the local community as well.
Well, it's my pleasure, and it's been a passion of mine for a long time. So love doing it.
You do a great job.
Thanks.
You really do.
Thank you.
So that was Kevin Ireland. Man, that's a full-time job he's got.
Yes, it is. Yeah, he's got his hands full, that's for sure. And as Kevin talked about, Hill Air Force Base, and we even have talked about this, that it's the largest employer in Utah, and the air shows help contribute to the local economy. And we saw a little bit earlier how, you know, businesses that surround Hill do so well right now because of the economic impact and the people who come in from all over, and you know, whether they're eating or shopping or even gas stations, hotels, as Kevin mentioned. So it's a great opportunity.
A win-win.
Yeah,
I like to say.
It is. All right, let's introduce our next guest, Aaron Clark, the director of the Hill Aerospace Museum, and formerly was the Hill Air Force Base historian. Extremely well versed in the history of Hill, stretching back.
I don't know about that.
Well, I'm setting you up here.
Okay.
And he was here for
pressure.
the groundbreaking ceremonies for Hill Field, January 12th, 1940. You were not here.
I wasn't
but
here.
you're well versed in that.
Wasn't even a twinkle, so not even.
I misspoke. Okay, one of my favorite places in the state of Utah is the museum here at Hill, and it's
You're
free.
a smart individual. I love it. Yeah, it's great.
Free.
Yeah, it is free.
It is a great place, particularly I took my kids
Yeah.
many times, but
Yeah.
particularly when they were young. Tell us, for those of you out there that maybe haven't been to the museum, tell us a little bit about it.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it started in 1984. We're an Air Force Field Museum, so we're part of the federal program. Everything we have is part of the National Collection. We have a really focused mission. A lot of people come to our museum and think it's just an Air Force museum, but we're actually focused on just the history of Hill Air Force Base and Utah aviation because it's made that big of an impact, and that's what our focus is, and that's what it spans. You know, from the Wright Flyer to F-22s, and what the airmen did over the past 80 years to not just make Utah flourish, but protect democracy across the globe. So that's what we're doing there, and it's pretty fun.
And so maybe for some who are just tuning in today and don't know that much about Hill specifically, can you give us maybe the elevator version of, how Hill got started and why and where we're at today?
Absolutely. So prior to World War II, we knew something was going to happen, right? So we were looking to build up our militaries, our bases, and the next thing to consider is location. Where Hill Air Force Base sits. We're on a plateau, great for drainage. Okay, it's a really hard surface. It's really good for a runway. Not only that, but if you look over here, the Weber Canyon, that was the first natural passage for the transcontinental airmail route. So planes can fly back and forth through there really easily. And we witnessed it this morning, all this wind, right? Whoa, there's a big boom.
Yes.
No, all this wind blew the fog away. We don't have fog problems here, and it creates great lift for aircraft. So location. Not only that, but we were equidistant to all the air bases on the West Coast.
Really?
Yeah. And we had Utah citizens, elected officials were advocating, and it just made sense then to put it here.
Yeah, so obviously you talked about location, but what are some of the major missions that have kind of taken root here at Hill, and how did they contribute overall to the Air Force?
Yeah, absolutely. So being in the museum is kind of fun because we get a lot of guests who come in, and they have no idea what happens at Hill Air Force Base. And Hill Air Force Base has the primary mission for over 80 years. It's a depot. And a lot of people say, well, what's a depot? We maintain weapon systems. We're the fighter depot. We fix, repair, overhaul aircraft, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and a myriad of other things. That's what we do here. So they think everyone flies here a lot of times, but no. In fact, we have tens of thousands of people fixing weapon systems. Really cool. not only that, we have combat units, who go forward deployed to meet our enemy, meet our aggressors. We have a test and training wing to the west that's just awesome. We have, warfighters from every branch testing and training. Intercontinental ballistic missiles. We develop, manage, and sustain the fleet here at Hill Air Force Base. There is a lot of cool things going on in this installation that people don't know about.
Speaking of cool things, we'd be remiss, Lori, if we don't point out the Hot Streak 2 piloted by Hayden Proffitt II, the grandson of legendary Hall of Fame drag racer Hayden Proffitt, a 4-time national champion in the NHRA. That thing has a little bit of juice.
How much gas do you think he goes through on a daily basis? A lot.
I don't know, but it has 12,500 pounds of thrust with afterburner. I do know that.
Wow.
It's pretty scary.
All right.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit. Of all the things and all the things that you explained that go on at Hill,
yeah,
I haven't thought about the work or the role of a historian. How did you fall into that?
On accident.
Really?
Yeah. I've always wanted to be. I've always loved history. My father was in the Air Force, and they took me around the country and learned more about the history of this country. And it just blossomed from there. And then when I was going to college, I found out this little secret. There's historians in the military, and from that point, that was my focus, is to get my education. I'm prior service as well, so I kind of heard about it a little bit there. But hearing about it, and then I just tried to focus on it and get into it, and I've been lucky enough to fill that role. So, and we don't just sit there and watch movies like Saving Private Ryan. What they actually do is they do interesting stuff in collecting the information from units and what they're doing, and they archive it and analyze it for our leaders to go back and look at. So it's pretty fun.
Yeah, so you have a new addition kind of transitioning to the museum tactically, but the Skaggs Gallery, what is that about?
Yeah, that's been a 10-year effort, and we're extremely excited about it. It's the largest gallery in our collection. Well, there goes.
I think that was a race.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not sure who won that.
I'm not. I think the plane just went.
Okay,
well, you're fine.
That was cool.
Yeah, it was very cool. We have a 100,000 square foot indoor gallery, brand new. It houses a lot of our collection. It has 2 new additions, an F-22 stealth fighter. We're one of the only museums that has that F-22.
How did you, if you don't mind my interrupting, how did you get that? How did you acquire it?
No, that's perfectly fine. It was actually one of the pre-production models, and then they used it as a trainer in Florida, and then it was hit by Hurricane Michael.
Oh, really?
And they could no longer use it, so we made a pitch for it.
Okay.
And we actually went down there, took it apart, put it on a C-5, and flew it back to Utah and demilitarized it, and now it's in our museum.
So that's part of this whole new wing that you have.
Yeah, so the F-22, we have the U-2, the SR-71, the whole Skunk Works collection. We talk about modern warfare in there, from the F-16s all the way to Cold War warfare with the F-86s. So just a whole variety of aircraft that really expound on the impact that our airmen have made over the years.
Wow, and it just seems like there's so much to see. How can people find more information about the museum?
No, absolutely. So go to aerospaceutah.org. aerospaceutah.org. You'll learn all you need to know about the museum's location, operating hours, Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 4, and it's absolutely free. Bring a date, bring your kids, do whatever you'd like, but just come check it out and learn more about Utah and its aviation history.
Utah's favorite word, free.
That's why I bring it up, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
What kind of outreach programs do you all have?
We have several. We have an awesome education program where we have about encounters with 20,000 students a year. We go across northern Utah, and we go into Salt Lake and Utah County as well, and we teach them about aerospace science. And not only that, but careers on Hill Air Force Base and aerospace industry. We also have an awesome internship program for all the universities. We don't just do museum work, we do education work, we do aircraft maintenance. So if you're interested in getting into any of those fields, look at our website. Come do an internship with us to learn more about it.
I love the volunteers who work at the museum, too.
Yeah.
They are wonderful people.
Yeah, they're the heart and soul. We have over 180 volunteers, and that place would not tick without their support.
So I'm really interested in the outreach. Do you work with the units that are actually on Hill as well to provide opportunities, or how does
absolutely.
that look like?
Yeah, let's say, for example, we're doing some outreach with some of the local schools who want to learn more about the depot maintenance that happens on Hill Air Force Base. We'll go to their classrooms sometimes they'll come to the museum, but then we have sometimes opportunities to bring them on base to actually show them what that looks like, right? Because a lot of people don't have any idea. Like, the air show is a rare opportunity for the public to see this base, and we try to make that opportunity more often with these students so they're exposed to it and know what they could do in their future.
Yeah, because that's what you want to do. You always want to inspire the next generation.
Absolutely.
Whatever field that they go into, to be able to serve their country in a way that is honorable.
Yeah,
this is certainly a way to do that.
Yeah, we're trying to use the collection in creative ways. Instead of just going in and looking at aircraft, we want them to come in. We have some students to come and help us repair and restore these aircraft. So instead of making little projects in the classroom, they can come into this and work on a stealth fighter. Where else can you do that? Pretty cool, huh?
No.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to get that kind of opportunity just anywhere.
No. It's
pretty fun.
So great. Such a great. I can't tell you how fun it is to bring the kids there to that museum. And some of them they can climb on. Like, you can really get up close.
Well, you can get up close. Please don't climb on the planes. They're not a jungle gym.
The outside ones you can kind of.
Yeah, you get up close and personal. We actually have a C-130 that we converted to a classroom.
Yes.
So you can get inside and climb inside of that and see what the airmen experience, but please don't climb on the planes.
Not on the inside ones.
Yeah.
The outside, you're probably.
Go take a look, smell it, whatever you'd like to do, but don't climb on a plane.
Okay.
Well, Aaron, we've really enjoyed our time with you talking about the Aerospace Museum and the wonderful work that you guys are doing, bringing aviation and hill history to the masses.
Happy to do it. Thanks for supporting the air show.
Absolutely.
All right, so Lori Devon from KSL 5 got the opportunity earlier this week to fly with the Thunderbird and veteran airshow performer Mark Forrester. Earlier this week, let's take a look as you see Yellow Thunder there on your screen. All right, we're going to stick here with Yellow Thunder. So, Lori, the crowd still continuing to file in. I mean, I don't know that you can actually sit anywhere out there.
Well, and a lot of people, those who brought chairs, but there's so many people who are standing right now, and everyone's neck is going to hurt in the morning because they're all looking up, right?
Yeah, for sure.
As they're looking at what's going on in the air, and you can see just the power of these airplanes. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, so the Yellow Thunder in the skies. We have a lot more coming up here. The A-37 is going to be taking to the air soon. And at 10:30, Lori, just in case you're wondering, that's when Tora 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 is going to take to the skies. I'm telling you, I've seen it before. It's an awesome display.
Tell us about it. What is that going to look like?
Yeah, so it's really a history lesson about the attack on Pearl Harbor and the events of December 7th, 1941. And so we'll see old American and Japanese warbirds, so the P-51 Mustang, for example, and they basically reenact the battle over in the skies over Pearl Harbor. And so it's just amazing, and the real life explosions and the pyrotechnics, you can actually feel the heat from all the pyrotechnics. I mean, the crowd is going to absolutely go crazy.
Well, and this is the first time that they've been here, correct? The Tora Tora Tora. So this is new for Hill Air Force Base.
I don't know if they were here.
They
weren't here in 2022, and the previous show to that was 2018.
Okay, so that was a while ago.
So yeah, if it was a long time ago. So here we go. So we're going to take a quick moment. We're going to send it out to Air Show Center and listen in to the Air Show narrator.
Cockpit, slice the horizon by 90 degrees. Turns off the smoke. In goes the clutch, shifts into reverse. Let's back it up and continue rolling. This is called the torque roll. Doesn't see the ground, watches the altimeter, and says it's time to get out of that one. Give Bob Freeman a big round of applause for that torque roll. Now, off on your left, you saw the arcing maneuver known as the half Cuban 8. There's another way to turn around. It's called the shark's tooth. It's not so much of an arc as it is a 45-degree angle. What does it look like? It looks like that, straight up and then down on the 45-degree line with a series of rolls. To keep the airplane in front of us in the stage at all time is the key to these professionals. So he's going to do 5/8 of a loop. You know that to be a half Cuban 8. Change direction, pick up altitude. Now watch this as you see the smoke billow around the aircraft into the pinwheel maneuver. Now you will see throughout the course of the day big giant loops. This is a loop that Bob Freeman's going to force the airplane around to do things it doesn't want to do. Like that, like a mini loop. See that smoke billowing up behind it? The wings are shuddering, and that's a donut hole in the sky. Now, what impresses the judges, both nationally and internationally, is the ability to combine maneuvers at the same time. So you see a tumble the hard way going up. That shows you the performance of the brand new 330 SX, easy for you to say. And then torquing the aircraft and then proceeding off and away from us.
Here's my flight suit. Let's get dressed. Ready to go.
We're going to take you out on a great flight, and we're going to have fun to demonstrate a little bit of the capabilities of the L-39. And I go by Sticky. I'm a retired Air Force pilot from 24 years. I've done probably 500 or 600 air shows because I'm a little kid and I've got a passion for aviation that doesn't quit, and I just love it.
I'm all buckled in, ready to go.
Almost immediately, I said, okay, Devin, are you ready to fly the airplane? And you were like, I'm ready to go. Let's take this on.
I said, okay, we're doing it. Only 30 seconds in.
You did it beautifully. Rolled it around a little slowly, kind of asked and said, you doing okay? And you're like, yeah, bring it on. So we did a couple of loops. It is the G's, when you pull into the G's, is a little unexpected.
That was cool.
What a beautiful view of watching the horizon come up.
It was so
inverted.
cool.
She's like, is that all you have? And I went, yeah, I can do one more thing. Let's put this thing upside down.
Mountains are upside down. The lake is above us. Yeah. It was so cool. Whew, that was fun.
Top, he snap rolls once, twice, 3 times, 4 times across the top. Give him a big round of applause. That's a big cake in the sky. Bob Freeman putting icing on that cake. Oh, this guy is so in love with his new airplane, I can tell that. Okay, a tribute to Len Colby. Half Cuban 8. 5/8 of a turnaround. Change direction, gain speed, gain altitude, all in one maneuver. And this is a maneuver that Bob devised. It's called the free man. You know, I told you about all the great things about Bob Freeman. In our lives, we have setbacks, and it was back in 2000. Bob Freeman, the guy in the air now, was diagnosed with leukemia. However, thanks to the family, the doctors, the nurses, the medical technicians, it is in remission, and he is having the time of his life. He thanks all of those people for getting him through it. Work through your problems. That's a Bob Freeman message. Okay, watch this now. This is a flat end over end turn. It's called the dinks. You get the altitude, you flip the airplane once, twice, maybe one more for the audience. A great sky dance in the sky, always entertaining the folks, always coming in with another maneuver. Machine gun style aerobatics, we like to call it. Flip the airplane once, sliding sideways. Now, torquing the aircraft under the sun, falling off with the torque of the engine. Smoke goes back on. Tumbling end over end on the right, he calls that the black snap. Then goes to minimum speed. As he starts down with full power, with a new airplane very quickly getting back into target speed. This is a slow, fast roll. How slow can you go? How fast can you go? Gyroscopic maneuvers are made possible by the use of space-age materials, which is very light without being flimsy, very strong as well. And then a modified American-built engine and a very high-tech propeller. That combination is what allows you to do these maneuvers that Bob is doing, never thought possible some years ago with our conventional designed aircraft using conventional components and material. Space-age material made a lot of difference. Series of point rolls, 8-point hesitation roll. You stop every 45 degrees. If you don't do it right, the judges will know it, and they may penalize you, but they give Bob a perfect 10 on that 8-point hesitation roll. There's the tower. All right, let's roll it upside down to check the message. This is Bob Freeman flipping for you here at Hill Air Force Base. He's got some more action for you. Let's give Bob Freeman a big round of applause. Yeah, you're right. All this and that, and I will repeat it throughout the course of the day, that demon density altitude, all the pilots doing some modifications to their routines that they wouldn't have to do at sea-level airports, but that's the world of air shows. All right, now coming in from your right, eyes and cameras. Bob Freeman setting up for a series of knife edge passes, showing you the office, showing you the landing gear, showing you the office, and now breaking off to set up for a landing. Now we're going to change the pace as I hear thunder.
We're going to have to stretch it out just a little bit because we're running way ahead. We're going to kind of slow down just a smidge. Let's move up.
what we're going to do, as Bob, as you can see, he's out on the runway, he's going to taxi in, and we're going to have him go taxi up towards the crowd area on the plane side. And you can show your appreciation like you did when he was flying once he pops out of the cockpit. Now, in the cockpit, he's got headgear on, his radio gear. That cockpit is somewhat of an echo chamber, echoing the noise of the engine and the exhaust. So he cannot hear your applause till he gets unstrapped, takes the headgear off, shuts down all of the switches and the master switch, and then emerges out of the cockpit. But right now, if you wanted to, you could wave. He'd love that animation. Yeah, you could wave. Oh, yes. Thank you. In the tradition of a lot of great airshow pilots, they would write their name on the side of the fuselage upside down on one side and right side up on the other. That goes back to the Cole brothers. And Bob Freeman doing the same thing with his brand new airplane. He's in front of the crowd. It's going to take time to release all the switches. Yep, okay, good. All right, now back to Thunder. Our two brothers all the way from Canada, up in the area of Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. David and Drew Watson in the Yellow Thunder. Now from the high-tech airplanes of Walter Extra and Bob Freeman, we're going to completely change things and go back to the late 1930s. The airplane they're flying is built by North American, designed by North American back in the late 30s. It was an advanced trainer ready for World War II. It was known by three different names. The Army Air Corps called it the Texan because many of them were built at an assembly plant in Dallas, Texas. The Navy used the same airplane, called it the SNJ. And the Commonwealth countries, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, Australia, and Canada called it the Harvard, after that higher institution of learning. It is a most amazing airplane with a production run on all different models and variations of that aircraft into the 20,000 category if you read all the history books. So here comes the brothers. A 5,000-pound airplane is not nimble, but these two brothers, steeped in aviation by their family, flying aircraft that have been in the family for decades, served in the Canadian military at CFB Penhold in Red Deer, Alberta. Now in the lead is brother David, and off on the wingtip is brother Drew. Now how you can tell them apart? Well, David has
already such a great show.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, Laura. I'm excited, and we've got another great guest.
Oh, we do. Okay, so Mark Erickson, who is the program manager for Hill's K-12 STEM outreach program, which of course helps educate students, teachers, counselors, parents on the many STEM career opportunities available at Hill Air Force Base, and it also inspires students to pursue those STEM careers. He has also brought millions of dollars in funding to Utah over the years to benefit hundreds of STEM programs. Hill's STEM outreach partners with industry, government, nonprofits, higher education, K-12 education to compound the program's impact. And that's really what we're trying to do, is reach those kids. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Let's talk about the STEM program, because that's really what we're trying to do, is to funnel these kids through these types of programs so they can come out with careers like this.
Yeah, absolutely. So did you want me to answer the first one or just kind of talk to the overall program?
You can answer whatever you want.
Okay, well, so the K-12 STEM outreach program, it is focused on K-12 students. It's all about making opportunities available, because when I was a kid and a teenager, I didn't really even know about STEM careers, which we can talk about a little bit more in depth. But yeah, it's really to try to reverse that trend, make those opportunities available to everyone, especially where the Air Force is trying to reach all the minority groups, so females, minorities of all kinds, to just give them opportunities, because everybody can make it in a STEM career.
Yeah, so that's real cool. But what was it about STEM for you specifically that made you say, yeah, I think that's something I want to be involved in.
Yeah, well, I didn't recognize it until much later, but early on I liked to take things apart and figure out how things worked. I liked video games and even a little bit of hacking when I was kind of a teenager.
Really?
Yeah, just funny things like taking a save file and editing the amount of money you had in the game and then, load the game back up and I have $1 million or whatever. So, but I didn't really recognize that as STEM until when I was in college. I didn't know what I was doing. I just started taking general classes. And I took an aptitude test trying to figure out what would I be good at. And I met with a counselor, and he said, if I were going to redo my career, I would be an electrical engineer. Have you thought about that? And I was like, what is that? I had no idea. I had no idea what an electrical engineer was. And he said, well, it's challenging, it's interesting, and it pays well. And I said, that sounds great. Let's do it. And so that's kind of how I got into engineering. And again, I'm actually an electrical engineer, mostly because of that counselor who just kind of put that bug in my ear. So that's what we're trying to do with the program is put those bugs in the kids' ears. Like, you can do it.
And how do you go about doing that specifically? Like, what do you all do?
So my program?
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of what I do is actually driven by requests that come in. So I get teachers is a big one, and they say, hey, can you send an engineer to my school, to my class, to do a presentation on what they do for their job? And I've got some phenomenal volunteers. And they'll come out and they'll say, I'm a mechanical engineer. This is what I do on base. And same thing, right? You can do it too. And here's an opportunity that you may not have even thought of. And so that's a big one. I do a lot of other big events. Like this STEM City I'm just a part of that today and tomorrow. But yeah, just expos, like there's STEM Fest down at the Mountain America Expo Center. And then there's one at the Davis Conference Center. There's all kinds of things. So again, from an individual classroom all the way to big events where I have multiple volunteers, thousands of kids. Kind of the whole range.
Yeah, so as you see Yellow Thunder on your screen here at the Utah Air Show, Warriors over the Wasatch. And we have Mark Erickson, the STEM Outreach Program Manager, with us. And you mentioned STEM City. What are the kind of things that parents and maybe their children can come and do while they're at STEM City?
Yeah, well, so Captain Van Vink is in charge of that, and I've just been mostly a participant getting volunteers to come help out. So I've been participating as a participant myself.
Oh, that's awesome.
What's over here?
So what have you been doing then?
Yeah, so there's a cybersecurity challenge. There's some not moon rocks, but different meteorite samples. Let's see what else caught my attention today. There's some robotics. There's, just all kinds of cool stuff. Drones.
When we think about STEM, but particularly on base, what are the different roles that some people have? Maybe that, I wouldn't. You talked about electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, but what else is there that people do?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. And I should probably even preface by saying, what is STEM? Because surprisingly, some people still don't know.
It's true.
Science, technology, engineering, and math. And again, I focus on the E, the engineering, because that's what I am, and that's mostly where I've been. But it's really anybody. So technicians and even mechanical. You got mechanical engineers, aerospace engineers, electrical engineers, computer scientists fall under there. And if you think about everything that it takes to run the Air Force, we've got cybersecurity, we've got jets, we've got everything. It all needs STEM-focused people. So there's lots of stuff.
You even have, meteorologists, too.
Right, and again, that's kind of like the fringe. I don't think about a lot, but that totally fits, right?
Yeah, because you need to know what the weather is so you can get these jets in the air.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so my daughter is a proud graduate of Texas A&M University, a mechanical engineer. She works for the Federal Aviation Administration. So there's so many doors that can open, though, through a STEM education.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
STEM is the future. Everything we're doing is going to be more and more technology focused. You need STEM people to understand it and do it.
And it pays well. It pays well.
Like I said, my counselor said it's interesting, challenging, and it pays well. Woo! Sold.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great point, though.
Well, it is,
really
and that's and that's a good way to get kids drawn into it. Because my son, who is 15, said we talk about different careers, and he's like, "Well, how much does that pay?" Okay, so they're interested.
Yep.
Yeah, we're inching closer towards Tora taking the skies, and that's going to be a great pyrotechnic display. But we're here with Mark Erickson, STEM Outreach Program Manager. How can people learn a little bit more about some of the opportunities you offer, or if they just want to get in touch with you?
Yeah, so on the website, hill.af.mil/STEM, and actually there's a link from the main page as well, but /STEM, I've worked with Public Affairs to get that site up there. It needs to be fleshed out a little bit more, and that's upon me. PA's done a great job. But yeah, they can go there, and the email box is in that spot. And then there's articles and stuff related to what is going on with the STEM program.
We've talked a lot about how on this base there's civilians and then there's active duty. Are you civilian?
Yes, I am a civilian. I've never been in the military. I do like short hair in military time. And thank you to everybody who has served. That hasn't been
absolutely.
me. But yeah, I am focused specifically on civilian scientist and engineer careers mostly. But yeah, I mean, the military folks, I do get a couple of volunteers here and there. That's just not my focus. But
what are some of those careers?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I think that's a great point, though. There's so many different ways that you can serve. You think of Hill and you may think of the uniform, but there's a lot of civilian opportunities here.
Yeah, and that has been my message, is because a lot of people think you have to join the military to work on the base. So my message is always, you don't have to. So not to disparage anybody who does, because I think that's great to serve, but you don't have to. You can be like me, a civilian, and just come work here like any other job and come work a STEM career.
How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing, a STEM outreach job about 2 years, but I've been on base 10.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
In what kind of role?
Mostly in the software organization, and more of a lead. I'm not the guy who's at the keyboard. So again, if you are just hardcore at the keyboard programming, great. We have tons of opportunities, hundreds actually every year for that. I found my niche more in the management and helping people succeed.
Awesome. Well, we really want to say thank you for all that you do to promote STEM education and for your service to the Air Force as a civilian. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I'll have to shout out to my volunteers because, again, this program, if it's just me, it's not going anywhere. It really is the volunteers that make it run.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
So we talked about a lot of different ways to serve in the United States Air Force, including active duty, guard, and reserve. Airman First Class Charlotte Taylor highlights ways to serve in the Air Force Reserve. Let's take a look.
The United States Air Force is a renowned organization with many moving parts. We all know how crucial our active duty service members are to the military, but what often goes forgotten is the importance of the reserves.
Air Force Reserve is special for a lot of reasons. It provides a critical role in national defense. It also provides trained personnel to support both domestic and overseas missions. It also offers individuals the opportunity to serve their country while maintaining a civilian life and a civilian career. Air Force Reserve it's kind of like a stepping stone. Once you make that determination and you want to pursue your goals, whether you're focused on personal development or career advancement or financial stability, I believe that it can definitely help you. We live in a world that's very uncertain, or maybe there's a lot of things that may be unreliable, but the Air Force Reserve is definitely something that has been reliable in my life.
I would say family, I would say friend. There's a very close friend of mine who lived in Utah, and he called me up. Down the street, there's a recruiting office for both the Navy, Army, and Air Force, and I always drive past. And then one day, I just went in because I've always wanted to be in the military, but I've not just known how or gotten the opportunity to.
If somebody came to you and said they were thinking about joining the reserves, what would you tell them?
I would say they should go for it because it will make them better. And it makes them a better person all around. If you're someone who is interested in growing as a person, becoming better, you're striving for excellence, joining the military gives you the opportunity to do that. And if you're in the reserve, it's like you're getting the best of both worlds. You get to be a civilian, and then you still get to be a military member. Oh yeah, I'm loving every bit of it. Thank you.
On Tigers. It sounds wild, but we have film of it. We met some of the guys at Oshkosh years ago when they came in for that extravaganza. Eyes and cameras to your right once again. Down low this time. Continuing in the tradition of their father and grandfather in representing the great country of Canada. Yellow Thunder. David Watson, Drew Watson, and an aircraft that helped succeed in World War II by training the fighter pilots that flew the P-51s, the P-40s, the Corsairs, the P-38s, and other great aircraft. As brothers make their way back in, we learned a lot of things in World War I. We lost too many pilots. So in World War II, they know they had to come up with a better way, more extensive training. So what they did is set things up like, as the brothers do, the split for the break. Set up just like grade school, high school, and college. First, you got into a primary trainer to see if you could actually fly, if you could solo, if you'd be released to fly. If you got through primary training, you went to basic training. That was like high school, a more complex airplane, more components, more radios. If you got through that training, the aircraft in the sky now flown by the Watson brothers is where you went for your college degree. If you could master the T-6, you were more than ready for all the fighter airplanes that I mentioned. In fact, nowadays, if a person, a civilian, wants to buy a warbird aircraft like the Top Gun aircraft of World War II, his colleagues will tell him, you want to do it the right way, get trained in an airplane like the Watson brothers are flying. Either buy one, learn how to fly it and take training, or rent it, get a qualified instructor, and try to master the T-6. Because if you can master the T-6, when you get into the P-51, or the Corsair, or the Grumman aircraft, or the Lockheed fighters of World War II, you will be more than ready. You will be overtrained. And that's a testament to North American aviation. By the way, as they land, that was their first aircraft in the training environment that they designed and manufactured. They had a triple win in World War II because they also designed the P-51 Mustang, thought by many to be the best all-around fighter of World War II. They also designed and produced the B-25, one of which we have on ground display. All of those three, trainer, fighter, and bombers by North American Aviation, were successful and made a gigantic difference in World War II and even after. As the brothers taxi off the runway, so successful was the airplane that it has been recorded that 76 different nations have used the North American design successfully throughout the course of the years. Now enjoyed by warbird pilots, enjoyed by David and Drew Watson. All right, we're taking you into the training environment, courtesy of our air bosses. We're scheduling us to get through the training environment, then into the actual combat, attack, and fighter aircraft. So you're going to see how we progressed over the years, especially at the end and after World War II. So not only do we entertain you through the courtesy of the air boss and their scheduling, we in fact give you an education. Is it education or edumacation? Okay, that's good enough. On behalf of all of us out-of-towners, folks, a lot of us have been in town 2 or 3 days now. Thank you for your hospitality. It's so great to get back to Ogden, Utah, to enjoy the hospitality and the majesty that you have in this part of the country. And yours truly, Danny Clisham, the host that loves you the most. I go back to about 1967. This was a layover town for us with the airline business. And in fact, we operated as civilians, flying freight for the Air Force in and out of this base at Hill Air Force Base with the 4-engine DC-7 Douglas transport aircraft. Made a lot of friends over those years. We had a lot of fun here. And I'm so happy several years ago to be back, not only to Hill Air Force Base, but our layover was in the town of Ogden, right downtown. A lot of things to see and do back in those years. Let's rock and roll. All right, now, from the piston-powered age, as you wave like crazy to the Watson brothers, give them that animation, show them that love as they taxi in front of you. Yeah, thank you. They'll give it back. Now we're going to go to after World War II. At the end of World War II, many of you know the Germans had the jets. Well, we did too. although it might have been somewhat of a secret. Lockheed had built the P-80 Shooting Star jet fighter. It actually flew combat, although it might have been clandestine, in Italy in 1945. Now, that airplane built by Lockheed was not as successful as the post-war fighters built by other manufacturers. Lockheed built a fighter that had a square or perpendicular wing to the fuselage. That is, it wasn't a swept wing. That limited Lockheed's performance on the aircraft and speed. Now, it wasn't Lockheed's fault, because after World War II, we captured German aeronautical data that showed both our allies, the Russians and us, about the advantage of a swept wing fighter. Swept wing to about 35 degrees. So the P-80 Shooting Star with a square or perpendicular wing in Korea was relegated to ground attack. Now, while that airplane did not have the advantage of the knowledge we had with other manufacturers after World War II, they did something great. They recovered. They stretched the fuselage 38.5 inches, put a second cockpit on, and it became one of the most famous and sought-after trainers, jet trainers in the world. It's known as the T-33. Greg Collier is the guy who currently is the highest current T-33 pilot in the world today, because he flies air shows during the season almost every weekend in one of these aircraft. He's known as Wired, served in the U.S. military, got out and became an air traffic controller in Oakland, California. He's coming in over your right shoulder. Then he became a corporate pilot. There is a nice photo pass. See the wingtip tanks? Another advantage of the aircraft. And the two-place fuselage. And the speed as well. So in 1948, that trainer came out. It was an instant success. And throughout the course of the years, Lockheed had built 6,500 plus of these aircraft. The Canadians also built in their country, they call it the CT-133 Silver Star. And they built 656 of the aircraft. And the Japanese, after World War II, at Mitsubishi Enterprises, they manufactured 210 of these aircraft, used by 40 countries, 40 allied countries around the world as a trainer. And Greg calls this the ace maker. He's known as Wired because of his days of cycling competition and Ironman competition, and overhead. With a surprise attack into the sun, he'll do the vertical roll. Great performance out of an airplane that came out, introduced tonight.
Look at that incredible plane.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so cool and so much fun being had here at the 2024 Utah Air Show. Warriors over the Wasatch. Dan Hawkins, Lori Pritchard from KSL 5 TV, and absolutely delighted to be joined now by Staff Sergeant Jeff Hanks. He's a United States Air Force recruiter. Recruiters walk people through all the steps of joining the United States Air Force. So many different paths, whether that's being enlisted airman, going through the officer route. So we're going to discuss all the options with Sergeant Hanks. But first off, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So my name's Sergeant Hanks. I'm from Pocatello, Idaho originally. So that's where I was born and raised, went to high school there. And then I moved out to, I enlisted out at Pocatello High School and joined and got my first duty location out in McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. And I spent 7.5 years over there. And got the opportunity to move closer to home, and working out at the Ogden office now, doing the local recruiting for that area.
And when you go and recruit, what do you tell enlistees about the military and why they should join, particularly the Air Force, because it's the better brand?
So
you didn't say it, I did.
I often tell them kind of about my story, why I joined, and a lot of it was that I know my hometown. I grew up in Idaho. I knew there was opportunity to travel, see the world, be a part of a bigger mission. and that's kind of why I went into it. I wanted to explore some new opportunities and see more of the world, so that's what kind of drew me to enlisting.
So I imagine the air show environment for a recruiter is kind of like the Super Bowl. There's so much going on, but you know, what is kind of that first step, or can you kind of maybe walk through like a few of the opportunities that are available and things that you as an enlisted recruiter are available to talk to people about?
Right, so my goal as a recruiter is to sit down with you, have that conversation, ultimately make sure that the Air Force is going to be the best path for you going forward. And if it is, then we kind of talk about the opportunities that we have there for you. So the best way to get in contact with your local Air Force recruiter is we've came up with an app called the Aim High app, and you can download it on your smartphone. And once you've downloaded this app, you can get in contact with any local recruiter. So it's best to find someone that's near you in your area that you live, because there's a lot of meetings that we have to do and a lot of paperwork. And so it's just more convenient if you find that nearest local recruiter, or maybe if you've had a friend or family member who's worked with a recruiter in the past, go to them, kind of whatever you feel comfortable. But that first step is get on that Aim High app, look us up online, and get in contact with your nearest local recruiter and get the conversation started.
Talk about some of the benefits of joining the military. My brother is in the military, so he's, of course, gotten his education paid for. His children will have part of their education paid for. He's been in it for a very long time now. But give people a sense of what kind of opportunities that they can have if they do, in fact, join the military.
So I'm glad you brought up education, because I would say a majority of the folks coming into the Air Force are looking to carry on their post-education. And we're really big components on, continuing their education. The more schooling you can do, the better you're going to make our organization at the end of the day. So what we do for education is a couple different things. We offer what is called a post-9/11 GI Bill. In return for working for the Air Force for 4 years, we're going to go ahead and pay for your 4 years of college, and we're going to also pay for your housing, which is huge, right? So you don't have to live in the college dorms. You're going to be able to get an apartment off campus, and then we're also going to pay for all your books. During the entire time that you're working for the Air Force, we're also going to give you tuition assistance, and that's going to help allow you to pay for some of that additional college that you want to take on. But the big thing is that a lot of people don't know is the Air Force is a degree granting institution. And what that means is every job that we hire for in the United States Air Force is going to count towards a college degree, right? So I tell a lot of students, you can take the traditional route of going to college and paying that university for your education and then trying to seek employment afterwards, right? Well, how about you come work for the United States Air Force? Instead, we'll pay you to go to school. You'll get your education. You'll be on track to start your, working towards an associate's degree with us. And then doors will open, and you can kind of figure out where you want to take it from there. So.
Well, I mean, that sounds like a pretty good deal if you ask me. I mean, and you had me at pay for education and we'll pay you to go to school and those kinds of things. But can you kind of talk about what are the kinds of job opportunities? I mean, there's a lot of benefits, but there's also a lot of skills that you can learn by being in the military.
Right. So whenever I'm talking to someone, I kind of find out what their interests or hobbies are. The Air Force has over 130 different career fields that you can choose from. So I really believe there's something there for everyone, right? Whether it's you want to get into a mechanic position, you want to learn electronics, you want to get into a trade, maybe HVAC, plumbing, electrician, engineer. Really, we could go on and on for hours. We have every type of job. So what it comes down to is doing well on a test, just like you have to take a test to get into most universities, your ACTs or your SATs. We have a test called the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test. And the better that you can perform on this test, the more job opportunities we can potentially offer you. So anyone I talk to, I tell them how important it is to do well on that test and really study for that test.
That's really key.
Yep.
Okay, so let's say you do enlist. What's next? What's the first step? Do they go off to basic training?
Yes.
Okay.
So first step is you sit down with your local Air Force recruiter. We'll do the basic application. As long as everything gets approved, the next step is sending you off to San Antonio, Texas,
okay.
Lackland Air Force Base. That's where everyone goes for basic military training. It's kind of where you're going to learn the key fundamentals of what it takes to be enlisted in the United States Air Force. So after that step, it's kind of neat. Once you make it to graduation, you invite 6 friends and family to come out there and see you in the first time in a Air Force uniform. And then after your friends and family come out and see you, you move on to technical school. And the Air Force, we have schools that can kind of be ranging from 1 to 3 months all the way up to 6 months and then up to a year. It depends on the complexity of the job that you decide to go with. So that's that second phase, and that's kind of learning the nuts and bolts, how to kind of do your job. And then once you've transitioned from school, that's where you get your first duty location. And that could be a little nerve-wracking, right? So you're in school that first week and your instructors say, hey, open up your email. You got an assignment. Maybe you're going to Japan or Germany or Hawaii if you get a good base location, right? But we have bases throughout the whole United States. So that's the big adventure of it is, right, hey, I maybe lived in my hometown my entire life. The Air Force can give me a unique opportunity to go live abroad and kind of get paid to travel and work. And so that's kind of what we can offer.
Here with Staff Sergeant Jeff Hanks from the Air Force Recruiting Service. That sound that you might have heard earlier was the FA-18 Hornet, the U.S. Navy FA-18 Hornet. That's the sound of freedom that you referenced earlier.
Yes, it is. I'm watching that. I will tell you, this isn't smell-o-vision, but you could smell the jet fuel wafting through the air is that thing. I mean, that was, not even 100 feet away. So it's incredible to see so up close.
Yeah, and so, as you talk with all kinds of different people who are interested in the Air Force, do you find that there's a lot of misconceptions about service in the Air Force? Like, am I on duty 24/7? Am I going to have to go to war? Like, do you get a lot of those kinds of conversations?
Yes.
And what do you say?
So often it's a lot of times the parents, they're obviously concerned with their son or daughter enlisting and the potential to, see war and things like that. For us in the Air Force, we're more of a support agency. So I'm not hiring anyone to go fight infantry on the front lines or anything like that, right? So when it comes to that, it's helping the Army, helping the Navy, helping the Marines. They need to get their equipment overseas, and the Air Force has the assets to be able to do that, right? So typically that's what we're hiring for, so it eases a lot of parents' minds. Yes, when you wear this uniform, you are on duty 24/7. You're representing the United States Air Force, but we work typical 40-hour work weeks, just like normal people do in the civilian sector. So it's typically you work your normal work duty hours, and then you're off and enjoying time. And hopefully, when you're having that time off, you're traveling and doing exciting things in the local community that you're stationed at. Right?
What kind of questions do you get? I imagine it's things like, do I have to cut my hair? I'm sure that's one of them.
Definitely do. And it for guys, you get your head shaved when you're in boot camp, so that's kind of a big thing.
But it grows back.
Yeah, for me, I'm bald, so it doesn't have a head shave.
There's always an exception.
Yeah. But no, it wasn't the Air Force that did this, right? It's just the genetics.
Good to point that out.
Yeah. But no, that's pretty much most of people's concerns. The big one is leaving home, right?
Yeah.
That's the commitment, right? So there are contracts with working with us. It's for 6 years. And then the leaving the home, a lot of people do want to get out of their parents' house and kind of get the opportunity to start their young adulthood and get into a career path.
Are there physical requirements? Do you have to be in really good shape?
You do. We look at your height and weight. We check you out medically. So there's a lot of steps involved with getting someone fully qualified. It's not like we can just accept everyone. So that's the job as the recruiters, to make sure we check all their qualification statuses and kind of help them through that whole process. But yeah, the main thing is leaving friends and family, right? Your loved ones. You may not see them every weekend like you typically could go to like a cookout, but we do offer 30 paid vacation days every year. And that's huge, right? A lot of companies out there could maybe only give you 2 weeks off paid time vacation, and we're doubling that. So that kind of helps ease that burden of them leaving home. And then the other thing too is, when you're in the Air Force, you're away from your loved ones, and so you rely heavily on the people you work with, and you kind of build these bonds where
it's just the person working next to you is probably more than just a coworker, right? They sometimes become more like family in those scenarios.
I was gonna say that. I mentioned that. I told you my brother is in the military, and those men and women that he serves with are his family.
Right. Yep, the friends I've made and the relationships I've made, those are going to last a lifetime. Yep. So
I did want to point out, too, you kind of mentioned about the infantry, but there is special warfare in the Air Force. There are special recruiters just for special warfare, if my understanding is correct.
That's correct.
And maybe some of the physical standards are different, but there's an opportunity to excel there, and the Air Force definitely is interested in talking to you as well.
Right. So any athletes out there that think they could be a good candidate for our special warfare program, we're always looking for people for that, and that program is designed to test you mentally and physically. It's pretty intense, and we're always looking.
What
There's
is
a lot
it exactly?
Of good, so special warfare. We have a pararescueman. They're kind of like a combat medic, and they can go into austere locations and kind of bring someone home on their worst day back to their loved ones, right? So that's the main one, but. Yeah, if you're interested in that, find a local recruiter for special warfare and get your answers, some questions answered. They do hold tryouts, initial fitness tests where you have to go out and perform and swim and run and meet these development standards to kind of be an eligible candidate for that. But that's that first step, meeting with that special warfare recruiter as well.
So really what I'm hearing is there truly is something for everyone in the United States Air Force. And I know you're in the United States Air Force, but there's also opportunities in the United States Space Force.
Correct. Space Force, it's a new branch, and they have a few base locations, but a lot of things they do in there is top secret. So that's a big thing is I tell a lot of folks, hey, you're 18 years old, you could walk into my office and I could potentially hire you for a job where you're getting a top secret security clearance, right? You can't really find that in a lot of local jobs.
Right.
The things that we can provide to you, the credentials, it can set you up for a lifetime, whether it's with the United States Air Force for a 20-year career, or you feel like you want to transition out and go seek employment other opportunities out there, right? So just like for air traffic control, if I hire someone from high school to come in and do air traffic control, those certifications are fully qualified to where they could leave the United States Air Force and go do air traffic control at the local Salt Lake City Airport.
Right, so they can transition easily into another career.
And that's what we tell everyone. It's like you're looking for a job, you want to find something that is transferable to the civilian sector, right? Because you may not want to do a 20-year career at the Air Force. And so I'd say 80% of the jobs that we have, you can go find employment elsewhere if you need to do that, right? So that's huge. And some of the good jobs that I like to talk to people about are our cybersecurity jobs, because, right now a lot of companies are needing that, and that's a job that's going to translate well. But when I tell you we do everything, we have firefighters, we have police officers, we have medical jobs, mechanical jobs. You name it, we can kind of really find something for everyone in the United States Air Force. So.
Yeah, and so I need you to talk to my daughter, Davina. She's watching the broadcast. She said, give me a shout out, and I wanted to text her back and say, well, why don't you talk to Sergeant Hanks and consider a career in the United States Air Force? You've got something for her, I think.
And that's all it is meeting with your local recruiter, sitting down, talking it out, and then, weighing the pros and the cons, and, hey, is this going to be the best fit for you? And often it really is the best fit for a lot of folks. So.
Am I too old to be recorded?
Is it working? The 41. Pitch is working.
41. Yeah, I'm too old. All right.
So can you tell us one more time, again, how can somebody find out more information about the Air Force? You mentioned the Aim High phone app, but contacting your local recruiter.
Yep. Use that Aim High app and look and find your local recruiter. Also, you can find us all online. You search us, nearest local Air Force recruiter, and it should bring up your nearest recruiter. And you can contact us via email, text, through the app, whatever is most convenient for getting a hold of one of us.
Well, Staff Sergeant Hanks, we certainly appreciate your time.
Yes,
it was so fun talking to you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Hey, you guys have a great day. Thank
All
you.
right, we're going to send it back out to Air Show Center. I think Tora is about to start.
We start to have fun with gasoline and dynamite. Now the men radius turn, pulling an awesome 6 Gs and sustaining that 6 G around the entire min radius turn. Accelerates away while climbing for the next maneuver. Now, you watch for the half Cuban 8. You know that's 5/8 of a loop. He'll do a simulated 45-degree diving attack to the ground targets. 7.62 millimeter minigun, or a big load of bombs and rockets to neutralize the enemy position. Once the attack is complete, watch Mark immediately pull 4 times the force of gravity, extend into the loop, and go into the vertical diving attack where the Dragonfly could deliver bombs accurately. Throughout the course of the years, Mark Peterson, our pilot, has flown performances in a classic P-51 Mustang, a World War II Top Gun aircraft, and a series of other jet aircraft, but this one is a joy to me. I love all of our performers, but getting something you get to see that you don't see very often to see perform. Airplane did very well in Vietnam. That was what it was designed for. The South Vietnam Air Force had great success with this aircraft. All right, smoke them if you got them. That's what we say. Ground attack. Now Mark Peterson, coming back in very rapidly, will execute the 4-point roll. You great spectators know what that's all about. Every 90 degrees, he'll stop the airplane. Nose goes up, stop, 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 go. All right, an explanation about the smoke rings. They are mini tornadoes. That is what's coming off the wingtip of that airplane or others. Here you can see it, but in normal conditions you cannot see what the turbulence or the wingtip vortices are doing behind an airplane. And by the way, it doesn't have to be an airliner or transport military aircraft inside. Belly pass showing you the business end with all the bombs, rockets. Next, Mark will slow the A-37 down. He'll target about 140 miles an hour, showing you the slow speed capability. It's got what we call a fat, high lift wing. It can carry up to 8,000 pounds underneath the wings. It can maneuver in small areas. Now, at show center, Mark will push the power up, and you'll see and hear just how much power from minimum speed the Dragonfly has.
Gonna go ahead and roll the truck in on that fire. Take it away.
Low and to your right, and watch what the wingtip vortices are doing to the smoke well behind the aircraft. Mini tornadoes, horizontal tornadoes. From minimum speed, the high angle of attack, into the high performance climb. So capable was the Cessna Dragonfly, it could lift 125% of its empty weight in fuel and in weapons. Made the A-37 a very versatile aircraft in combat operations. All our air show pilots love the sun. Look at the altitude on that loop as well, showing you the performance of this aircraft.
First skip.
Last pass. All right, last pass over your right shoulder. The A-37. Conversation with our pilot setting up behind us now. When it comes to warbirds, the owners, the civilian owners, will tell you, no, don't call me an owner. I am just a temporary steward of these national treasures. Someday I'll pass it on to somebody else and they can continue the tradition of showing the accomplishments of the men and women who designed, built, and flew these aircraft to victory. World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, and up to current status. 6,000 hours of flight time has Mark Peterson, soloed at the legal age of 16, private pilot's license at the age of 17, not only flying the P-51 Mustang, but the Lockheed F-104 as well. Okay. Mark Peterson rolling out, low and to your left. He's going to do a parade pass in front of the great spectators as well. Now, from the world of warbird aircraft, we're going back to the world of air shows. The multiple award-winning Skip Stewart in an airplane he has modified called Prometheus. You can follow Skip on Facebook at Skip Stewart Air Shows and on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Well, Skip, like a lot of hot rodders back in the day, bought a stock airplane, a biplane, and then did the hot rod treatment. He chopped, he channeled it, he lowered it, he built a big engine for it. He put a flame paint job on the front of the aircraft like we used to do in our hot rods. Checkerboard by the tail. And he named the aircraft Prometheus, meaning forethought. Like a lot of our airshow pilots, Skip grew up flying radio control aircraft, which, believe it or not, hone your skills for getting into the real thing. We're going to have a couple of aircraft taking off now that are going to go out and hold to come back and fly their routines.
Sorry, he's about to do the demo.
Okay. On behalf of the United States Navy, Naval Air Station Lemoore, Commander Strike Fighter Wing Pacific, and the commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 122, we're proud to present the West Coast FAA Super Hornet flight demonstration.
This is finishing up the half Cuban 8.
Now out of the half Cuban 8 maneuver.
This is the next maneuver.
The Super Hornet is unique in its ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. The superior flight control computers allow the pilot to position the aircraft exactly where he means to and when he needs to. You will observe that is how the aircraft rotates 180 degrees while nearly in a flat attitude, appropriately named the flat pirouette.
And then this will be next coming up.
The Super Hornet's engines produce over 44,000 pounds of thrust in full afterburner. This allows the aircraft to sustain 8 times the force of gravity in a very tight turn radius. Whether in a dogfight or avoiding surface-to-air missiles, the ability of the Super Hornet to turn in tight spaces gives it a tremendous tactical advantage. Entering from the left, rolling into a 90-degree angle of bank to demonstrate the Super Hornet's minimum radius turn, followed by a tail stand.
He's going to do the tail stand next and then set up for the high-speed pass down.
Low Pab now setting up for the high-speed pass. During this maneuver, the aircraft will approach you at nearly the speed of sound, or Mach 1, demonstrating the use of speed to surprise the enemy. You may notice the white shot cone of vapor coming off the wing tips, a visual indicator of Mach 1. Keep in mind, the speed at which the aircraft is flying today is only half of the aircraft's maximum speed. And they add it here as fast as they can legally fly today. Over the top of the mountain on your right, coming downhill. Get ready, it's going to happen fast. Eyes and cameras to the ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Hornet high-speed pass.
Climb up, and then he'll, on the backside of this, he'll use a dive from the straight path.
A quickly repositioned jet the jet back to Earth to get in position for the next maneuver.
The hot pass isn't in here. They improvise that, so you don't have to say anything for that.
They'll be selecting afterburner as the jet approaches show center. They'll rapidly reposition the nose 4 times, flying a square path through the sky.
Rick, hot pass?
Hot pass.
And by the way, if I have a preference, this is my favorite. The box in the sky.
Mr. Pass. Yeah, we had a misfire.
That's okay.
Can you repair it? Scrape that cat by the other one. We'll see if we can repair it.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
The next maneuver is an air crew favorite. It's called the Ricardo, affectionately named after a pilot who despised performing it. As the Rhino approaches from your right, they'll accelerate to 450 miles an hour. Altitude will be 500 feet. They'll roll the aircraft inverted, reduce the power to idle, and hold level altitude. From your right, ladies and gentlemen, the inverted Whisper Pass.
They're just setting up for this next. It's just going to roll in order. So as in between each maneuver, you can just start reading the next one. There's no specific timing. But
Now we're setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will showcase the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. When in a tight dogfight during air-to-air combat, the aircraft with the ability to fly the slowest gains the advantage, as the adversary may be forced out in front of the fighter, thus becoming defensive. Few aircraft in the world remain safely maneuverable at this high nose attitude at such a slow speed. With 2 digital control computers aiding the aircrew, the 40,000-pound Super Hornet remains completely controllable at speeds less than 100 miles per hour. The Super Hornet High Alpha Pass. Exiting the High Alpha Pass, in maximum afterburner. They'll roll a jet inverted and execute the split S to reposition for the next maneuver.
Sweet. Do the split S and then the split S pitch right there.
As the Rhino approaches from the right, the air crew will demonstrate the incredible pitch authority of the Super Hornet, akin to drifting a car. At Show Center, they will abruptly pull away from the crowd, showcasing the Rhino's ability to change direction quickly.
Should be either one of the two. I'm not really sure.
The air crew now setting up for the touch and go landing. As they circle the land, they will ensure the gear locks into the down position and that the flaps are fully extended. That will provide enhanced lift at slower speeds to require for a slow landing. At sea, they would also drop the tail hook when preparing to land aboard an aircraft carrier. Once lined up with a runway or in the groove, the aircraft will slow to 8.1 degrees angle of attack. This on-speed AOA correctly positions the aircraft tail hook to engage the arresting wire aboard the aircraft carrier. Aircraft flowing to your right. And then accelerating at takeoff again. Just above the ground for the low transition. ...330 miles per hour, pulling back on the stick, 60-degree angle of attack. Executing the maximum performance climb. Now get ready with your cameras. In a few moments, the Rhino will be approaching from our left. This will give you an up-close look at the air crew in their office flying the Super Hornet today.
You guys get it tomorrow, too. Perfect.
From your right, the photo pass. Get a load of this.
Legacy narration on it.
As America progresses through the 21st century, it becomes increasingly important to reflect on our nation's proud history, the people, events, and advances we have made in our great country. By remembering, appreciating, and fully understanding the touchstones of the past, will we be able to more successfully chart the course for America's future. With this thought in mind, Commander Naval Forces developed the Tailhook Legacy Flight, a dynamic flight demonstration program designed to keep naval aviation ties to its proud heritage alive and viable. Under this program, vintage warbirds from naval aviation's past are flown alongside the high-tech weaponry representative of today's present-day naval carrier aviation. Through these unique formation flight demonstrations, we hope to provide inspiration for the men and women who currently serve while attracting the best and brightest of our next generation of young Americans to join the future ranks of naval aviation. During World War II, the battles of Coral Sea and Midway, it was the full capabilities of naval air power that truly began to be realized. Through the inspired efforts of a handful of naval aviators flying from straight-deck aircraft carriers, two of the most decisive sea battles of the war in the Pacific were won. Unique to the history of naval warfare, neither battle involved participation of service combatants. By the end of the war, the aircraft carrier had replaced the venerable battleship as the dominant weapons system of naval warfare. Although it has been almost 80 years since the conclusion of the Second World War, a number of aircraft which flew from those same carrier decks are still airworthy today, a testimony to both their durability and survivability. These vintage warbirds are now owned and operated by private individuals who, through their personal interest in maintaining and flying vintage aircraft, play an active role in keeping the history of naval aviation alive and actively on display. During the course of the air show season, different aircraft will alternately participate.
Beautiful sight there, the FA-18 Hornet. That's a pretty awesome aircraft as we're bringing in Major General Kenyon Bell here as day one at this Warriors Over the Wasatch Air Show continues. General Bell, commander of the Ogden Air Logistics Complex, which provides logistics support, maintenance, and distribution for the nation's premier fighter aircraft. That includes the F-35, the F-22, so you see all of those aircraft flying in the skies. The A-10, Lori's brother flies the A-10.
He does, yes.
Fantastic. Well, we sustain him.
I know you do. He has flown his well, it doesn't belong to him, but he's flown the A-10 in here to have it worked on. So
that's awesome. But you can say it's his. We love ownership, right?
He thinks it's his. It's not his.
But not only the fighter aircraft, but also C-130, T-38, the Minuteman III, the ICBM. Right. So lots happening here. But before we get to all of that, sir, how are you?
Oh, it is a great day. You hear all that wonderful, some people might call it noise. I call it the sound of freedom. Yep. I'm sure you've heard that before. As I was driving in today, you know, it just reminded me. I saw lines of folks coming in with bags and kids and just excited to do it. My wife and I were reflecting on the fact that when we were young lieutenants, we were stationed at Andrews Air Force Base. But as young lieutenants at Andrews, where they have the Joint Service Open House every single year, we got to work it. And so we didn't get to enjoy it like we do now. And it is still as exhilarating and as exciting as it was then.
Yeah, well, we have to pull Lori in sometimes because she's captivated by everything.
This F-18 was absolutely amazing. And I texted my brother and I said, "Can you beat an F-18?" He responded, "No."
And he would be exactly right.
So I do want to give a shout out because, you know, I told you that my brother flies an A-10.
Yes.
But it is a credit to the men and women who work on those planes to make sure when those pilots go to war, serving whether it was in Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever it is around the world, they make sure that those men and women are safe in the skies.
No doubt about it.
And it means a lot to the families who send their loved ones overseas or wherever, and to know that aircraft is maintained impeccably.
Lori, you're exactly right. And whether or not it is here in CONUS or if it's overseas, we have folks who are dedicated to making sure that these aircraft fly safely, because not only do they have a big mission, but the other mission that we have is to make sure that our pilots and all the supporting crew are safe while they're flying in those aircraft. You know, there's several layers of work that get done, and most people are used to the organizational level, the crew chiefs, the other maintainers that are supporting it. We perform work that is on the backside of that, so depot type work, the more intricate, detailed type work, and we take great pride in doing just that as well. If your brother ever has a chance to come and see his aircraft here, and he will see it torn apart because that's what we have to do. We want to get into the details of what really needs to be done on this aircraft to allow it to fly for the next 4 or 5 years or however many years it's going to fly. And many times you can see directly through that aircraft. I mean, that's how detailed we get. And then we put it all back together and we give it to somebody and say, hey, this aircraft is now safe to fly. And we call your brother and say, come get your aircraft.
Yeah, absolutely. In Iraq. So one of those A-10s came back with half of a wing.
Yes.
And was just fine. It was in his unit.
It was in his unit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. So
landed safely.
It's interesting. I believe if we're talking about the same aircraft, that pilot is going to be coming to this base here real soon to offer a little motivational talk to that same system program office. We call it the SPO. Phenomenal mission. Phenomenal mission is very well known.
Yeah. So can you maybe just big picture? We've kind of talked around it a little bit, but just maybe talk about the Ogden ALC and really what it is and what it does in the big picture for the United States Air Force.
Absolutely. Let's see. I think you told me I have about 45 minutes to be able to talk.
Yeah, absolutely. About 50. So.
Right. So first, I'm the commander of the Ogden Air Logistics Complex. People normally know it as the depot. We have a team of folks, of leaders. Tomorrow you're going to hear from Miss Michelle Hathaway. She's our executive director, our top civilian. We have another deputy director, a military member, Colonel Artola Chipe, and several other people. We represent 7,000 Americans who work here at this depot. The unique part about this particular organization is that the majority of us are civilians. So out of those 7,000 or so folks, only about 100 folks are military. So that means that the majority of the people come from this local community, and they choose to raise their hand and work here. And these are red-blooded Americans who have as much patriotism as any military member. They just wear a different uniform. And what we do here on a daily basis is we repair, we modify, and we overhaul both aircraft as well as components. So a lot of people, all right, what does all that mean? That means when an aircraft like that A-10 or an F-35, when it's time for it to get an upgrade or some type of work, it's going to come here. And we're going to do that overhaul and that work, and then we're going to send it back out. Or a component. Think about an actuator. An actuator helps the wings, different components of the wing open up. Those exchangeable items also get worked on here. And it's not just for the fighter aircraft. We're known as the fighter depot. That's traditionally how we're known. And, of course, we have the nuclear support mission, as you talked about, with the Minuteman III. We work on those components as well. But the exchangeable work is big work, and it's not just for those fighter aircraft. It's for every aircraft in the inventory. And it's just a wonderful thing about the type of work that we do to sustain the force. It's all of that work when parts have to come off and get overhauled, and then we put them back and almost make them just like brand new when we send them back.
So what is exactly maybe that they do, on a daily basis, what is it exactly that they do?
Yeah, so let me break that down a little bit. First of all, we have multiple types of folks who work here. You have mechanics, and everybody can pretty much understand that. You can see that there are aircraft out here, they're going to break at times, and so you're going to need a mechanic. But we also have engineers. We have planners. Well, so there are multiple different disciplines that work out here. A lot in the engineering arena. I want to just pause on that for a minute. There was an organization called the Software Engineering Group that used to be a part of my organization. They've just been broken out, but they still work here at this organization. And so a lot of people don't understand how fruitful and how important the engineering function is for what we do, because they give us our requirements, and then that's when we go and fix it. But to your point, on a daily basis, you're going to have people who take a component. It could be as small as the size that I'm showing right here in my hand, or a component as large as this table, an aircraft wing, for instance. And we're gonna peel it apart. We're gonna take off the outer skin. We're gonna check it out, see if there are cracks and different things. We're gonna fix those cracks, and then we're gonna put it all back together. Now, I just summarized for you what happens over the course of 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. So very detailed work. I'll call it the PhD level type work that happens out here at the depot to make sure that these type aircraft are able to fly. In fact, these Thunderbirds, they come through here as well, and we do the same type of work for that. Does that help?
Yeah. I think it's really important to note, too, a lot of these aircraft that are flying and that the crowd will see here live, they are not like airplanes that are like 1 or 2 years old. These airplanes have been in the inventory for a long time, and it really requires that microscopic level of detail that you talk about.
That's exactly right. at this point in our Air Force, we have an inventory that's as old as it's ever been. 20 plus years, some of our aircraft have been in service, and so it takes very detailed work in order to be able to sustain these aircraft. And so we go by the requirements. We have different things called an Aircraft Structural Integrity Program, or ASIP, and that's what gives us our requirements in order to be able to do it. One of the ways that I like to describe it is, all of us are used to having vehicles. And so, you might take your vehicle in for a 3,000-mile checkup or something like that, and many people can actually do that on their own. But when that check engine light comes on, or when you reach that 100,000-mile point, you need to take it to a professional that can then break down your engine, overhaul it, and then put it back together. That's what we're doing to these aircraft on a larger scale.
Well, and not to mention the fact that some of them are a little bit older in the fleet, but some of them are newer. And so how do these men and women that work on these aircraft kind of keep up to speed with the updates in technology?
Yes. So F-35, for instance, is overhauled here. We work with our program office that, gives us the requirements. And we have a very specific and detailed training plan that tells technicians exactly what they need to be doing, teaches them how they should be doing it. So even though I'm talking about all these intricacies and the detailed work that we do, the common person that's out here in this local Ogden, Utah, Salt Lake City area, they should not be scared of coming to work here. The best story that I experienced, I've been here now for about 10 months in this particular position. Within the first month, I'm out and about talking to some mechanics. It was a machinist, actually. And I just having a conversation with her, asked her, how long have you been out here? She said, I've been out here for about 3 months. What did you do before you came out here? She was a dog groomer. She was literally a dog groomer working out in the community, decided that she wanted to work here at the Ogden Air Logistics Complex here at the depot. We put her through training, gave her all the techniques that she needs, and then now she is a machinist working on this heavy equipment.
And a civilian still?
Absolutely,
wow.
And still a civilian. So that's the training that goes into it. We take all of today's technologies and we teach it to our people so that they can utilize it on these very exquisite airframes.
Wow, I mean, just so many opportunities. We're looking forward to talking to Ms. Hathaway tomorrow about a lot of those opportunities. When you look at today's Air Force, we're in a dynamic era of strategic competition. General Alvin and Secretary Kendall re-optimizing the Air Force for strategic competition. What drives you every day as the commander at the ALC in accomplishing the mission to help support those things?
Yeah, so General Alvin has laid out, along with Secretary Kendall, great power competition is what you're referring to, and that's essentially that we've got near-peer competitors that are out there, and they're trying to catch up to where we are, and there's great debate on whether or not how fast they're moving. The bottom line is we cannot afford to let the nation down from a national defense strategy standpoint, and we are a part of that security apparatus. All that goes on out here cannot happen if you don't have a stable force back home that is able to sustain you. And that's what we do. We sustain the force. There are signs that go across this base. There are multiple organizations on this base. We're a part of the Air Force Materiel Command. And there's a sign that goes across this base that says, we perform our war mission every single day. Because aircraft come and fly in here, missile parts come in here, and that's what excites me. To be able to lead this organization of patriots who do this on every single day. They leave their home, they come here, they work here for whatever period of time they need, and many of them are civilians off the street. Some of them are veterans who have worn the uniform before, but they get excited about doing this mission, and that's what gets me excited. Being able to support them, lead them in that action, because our secretary has told us, our top general has told us that we have to be ready, and we have to use innovation. We have to be imaginative about the way that we're doing things. So we're always out scouring for new ways to do our business, and that is what gets me really excited, and I could talk for another hour about that.
I love it.
You can stay for another hour if you like. You're certainly welcome. We've got some STEM opportunities for kids here, simulators, different things that they can do to get their hands on to learn about what they can do in the military. But I want to know your background.
Oh, sure.
How did you get to where you are right now?
Yeah, so it's very interesting. I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. Went to the Air Force Academy, and little known fact is I went to the Air Force Academy thinking that I would just go for a couple of years and then leave and go off and do something different. And then I enjoyed it. I really did. And as I got ready to graduate, I was offered an opportunity of, hey, what kind of career field do you want to go in? I knew I wanted to lead people. I was passionate about that, even at a young age of 19, 20 years old. And I wanted to be around airplanes. And so someone told me that aircraft maintenance would offer me that opportunity. And so stepping out as a young second lieutenant, had about 75 people that I was in charge with leading and making sure.
Sound of freedom.
Sound of freedom right there.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Right up on me. And that definitely motivated me to move into aircraft maintenance. Biology was my degree coming out of school.
Really?
So some might ask, well, a biology degree and now you're in aircraft maintenance. How does that correlate? Well, just like anything that happens with your body, you start to get the sniffles, you go to the doctor. There's something that is telling you that something is wrong. The same thing in aircraft maintenance. Things will start to happen intermittently. Something won't work one time, but it might work the next time. And you need to go to the doctor to get it to work out. And we are that doctor for these aircraft.
And so tell me, and what were your steps along the way to where you are? Because, I mean, it's pretty incredible where you are right now, Major General.
Thank you. So I've been very fortunate with a lot of supervisors that took a great interest in what I was doing. I have always desired to do my job in excellence, no matter what job I was given. So as a second lieutenant on up, I've been given opportunities to lead people doing a big mission. I embraced that. I immersed myself into the mission, understanding what the details were, as well as understanding the broader picture. Doing a lot of reading about what it is that we do and why we go about doing it. So I've had the opportunity to be a commander at multiple levels, the squadron commander, a group commander, and then the Air Force will then give you opportunities to go into various major commands. So a lot of these aircraft out here are from Air Combat Command. We have Air Mobility Command. I've been fortunate enough to be in each of those commands, as well as Global Strike Command, which is known for our nuclear mission.
Wow.
So as you move around, you then start to connect the dots about the broader picture of our Air Force. And I'm very proud of what we do. Service, being a servant leader, being able to lead a group of patriots on a daily basis. So then we can put on something like this for a crowd of estimated 500,000 over the next couple of days. And somebody in this crowd is going to raise their hand and might be sitting here talking to someone like the two of you in another 20 or 30 years.
Major General Kenyon Bell, the commander of the Ogden Air Logistics Complex. And, sir, you can't forget the first command. You mentioned a lot of commands, but you forgot the first command.
And the only reason I didn't mention it, I knew you were going to help me. So Air Education Training Command, where it all starts.
That's right.
It all starts at AETC. And had a wing command in AETC where, 46% of our force goes through on an annual basis. And that's where, again, it does start. And we still send people from this depot there to Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls, Texas. So that's where Dan and I first had a chance to get to know each other and do this at a couple of different bases, right? Yeah. So if I could just offer this one last thought. I cannot overemphasize how important it is for us to have people who are willing to raise their hand. So yes, you can raise your hand and join the military, but civilians who come off the street and say that I want to work out here at Hill Air Force Base, and we're part of a bigger apparatus. There are 3 air logistics complexes across our Air Force, one in Oklahoma City and one in Warner Robins, Georgia. And people who raise their hand and say, hey, I want to be a part of that. That is literally what sustains our force. It's Americans who say that even though I may not wear the uniform, I want to be a part of the defense and security of our nation because everyone is relying on us. And so for our nearly 7,000 folks that work out here, I thank them always for the work that they put in so that we can see the fruits of our labor out here. So thank you very much. I appreciate your let me talk about
before
this.
We let you go, though,
Okay.
we just have to know. I mean, it's like when you're a parent, right? Everybody says, hey, who's your favorite kid? So I'm going to ask you, what's your favorite airplane?
My favorite airplane, I like to dance with the one that brought me.
Which is?
Well, so I say that, like I said, I've been around multiple aircraft. Fighter aircraft have always been a passion for me. The F-15 Eagle at Langley Air Force Base is when I had some of the most memorable times So that probably starts to run high, but the F-16, 22, and the 35 are certainly right there with all the new technologies. I think, did I treat them all right?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. I gave them a lot
You
of
forgot the A-10.
So I've never personally worked on the A-10,
Oh, okay.
but you're exactly right. The team here who sustains the A-10, they remind me every day that Warthog. In fact, so I might be running long, but you're going to have to snatch this mic from me. So just the other day, we had a closing ceremony for our wing shop, the A-10 wing shop. They do work on have done work on the A-10 wing shop for a long period of time, and we stopped doing that work, and so we had an opportunity to sunset that work and to congratulate all those folks that over the past decade and a half have put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into the A-10. So you're right, can't forget the A-10, especially since your brother flies the A-10.
Yeah, no, he loved that airplane.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Well, sir, we know you're pretty popular probably during air show time, so we certainly appreciate you stopping by.
Well, thanks so much, and I appreciate you getting our message out. It's a great way to continue and start off the day by spending time with you. So, Dan and Lori, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And, hey, you'd have a pretty good boss if you come out and work at the Ogden ALC. I mean, just saying. Pretty good boss.
I appreciate that.
All right, so day one of this Utah Air Show, Warriors over the Wasatch, is continuing as you get a look there at the FA-18 Hornet taxiing in. A lot of action coming up. Tora. At some point, hopefully, we're going to see that F-35 demo. It's a home game for Mock Klusner. She's the F-35 demo pilot. And, of course, the Thunderbirds.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, so we're going to roll out, and we're going to kick it out to the air show narrator for a minute. And we'll be back in just a few moments on our live stream broadcast, thanks to the 2nd Auto Visual Squadron.
Awards banquet in Las Vegas, Nevada in December. Also the recipient of the Bill Barber Award for Showmanship, given to one person one time a year. At Oshkosh, Wisconsin, the mecca for general aviation pilots from around the world. Okay, downhill comes Skip Stewart. The Prometheus is his aircraft. Descending rolls. Dizzying disorientation. Picking up speed to over 220 miles an hour. Now forcing him down into his seat. He goes across the top. Watch this now. Upside down with the checkers in the flame, flipping end over end. Now as he pulls to the vertical, watch for a hesitation roll, pushing the stick forward as he is upside down to gain altitude. Gaining as much altitude as possible, finding himself right side up again. Now the inverted flat spin, straight down to pick up as much speed as possible. Skip pulls to the vertical, across the top. Watch right here, this is called the lumpy loop. As he throws some lumps on top of that loop. Now pulls to the vertical, he calls this the jammer. Torquing the aircraft at minimum speed. Holding the altitude. Without hesitation now at target speed, he'll pull to the vertical. To do a vertical tumble, end over end tumble. We'll watch for the flat turn at the top. A maneuver he calls the Muller ride. Another one of our most in-demand air show pilots in North America and known around the world, who, by the way, got his start flying RC model aircraft. All right, let's look for a reverse Cubanate. First pulling up, rolling the aircraft, snapping the aircraft, getting maximum altitude upside down, and then arcing around. When he gets the last foot of altitude back around to change direction. That maneuver known as the slammer. Working right off the deck into what we call ground effect, getting to the last few knots of speed in this density altitude situation. 5/8 of a loop. Watch him on the down line now. You think he's just going to fly down the 45-degree line? You don't know Skip Stewart. Now, watch this. He'll roll upside down. He'll draw a loop in the sky, forcing him out of the cockpit. Now when he gets here, he's going to be slammed down into his seat as he forces the aircraft in through its own smoke in the world's smallest loop. Give Skip Stewart.
All right, one of the ways the Air Force is looking to the future is through STEM education. Let's check out Starbase, a DoD-funded program introducing youth to the wonderful world of science, technology, engineering, and math.
Today we are going to Starbase and learning all these different cool things like the periodic table and these types of experiments and like observations and stuff like that.
Right there. Oh, what?
Starbase is a program that students come and they get to do all of the fun things that they don't get to do in their classroom or at home because it makes a big mess or because it's too expensive. It's a place for them to explore all of their questions and to get excited about STEM.
Hill Air Force Base Starbase is an experience where students from our school district get to come here and really engage in collaborative activities where they get to go through experiences that allow them to wonder about the world, work through developing their skills to be able to make sense of the things around them and then to solve problems.
We want them to understand at their level. All students are different and all students have a way of understanding concepts and principles. So we give them the machinery, we give them the tools, we explain how to use those different things, and then we give them a mission.
Open the cloth, grab your vaccine, close your cloth, and bring it back.
The thing that's fun about it is that you get to actually make stuff and like robots. You can make robots and you can make a program to do different things. It can be like different obstacles.
So whether it's science, technology, engineering, or math, they get to really go as far as we can take them in 5 years.
We also have a program that goes to the schools, and they work with 6th graders, 7th and 8th graders.
The advanced program was started because we saw the light come on in those 5th graders' eyes, and we wanted to continue that momentum of STEM exploration all the way through high school.
We were using gyrospheres and we were coding them to knock down pins, go on bullseyes. We were having a lot of fun and I loved it.
And this is our future, this is their future, and we need to work together to keep kids excited and wanting to change the world for good.
This place is so fun. There's 3D printers, we can learn about science, and a lot of other stuff.
System ambassador for NASA, a Utah Spaceport-bound educator for the Mars Society, a Growing Beyond Earth ambassador, an international teacher liaison for the Space Foundation, and an educator at Quest Academy Charter School in West Haven, Utah, and a lifelong space geek. Yeah, she is working out of the STEM City hangar, which is full of interactive exhibits and displays geared to teach youth about STEM. Thank you so much for being here with us. You have a lot of titles.
What can I say? I'm a space geek.
Hey, that's the best part. And not only that, you're teaching kids, the younger generation, to be space geeks.
Right. Every space geek I get, I love it.
Oh, man, that's awesome. So I hear that you're over in the STEM City area, and there's a lot going on. So can you kind of maybe give the folks an idea of what's actually happening at STEM City?
Oh, there's so many things for families to do, little ones all the way up. There's things for even the parents to get involved in. There's lots of hands-on activities. There's lots of giveaways and contests and all kinds of fun things. Most exciting thing about it, all of it is STEM-based. So it's teaching those kinds of things that we really need to bolster our workforce here in America, make sure that those STEM jobs stay right here.
Well, not to mention the fact, and I love it, that there's been a real push, particularly for young girls, to go into those STEM careers. Because sometimes, you know, back in my day, it wasn't talked about as much. And so to get all children of all ages, but particularly young girls involved in STEM, that's really important. So you're a good role model for that.
Well, thank you. I hope so. I love working with the girls, and we always try to make an extra effort to recruit the girls to our teams and our clubs and our groups. I'm also a teacher at Quest Academy Charter School right here in West Haven, so that gives me a lot of opportunity to work with a lot of various different students.
Yeah, and so from what I understand, there's opportunities to either experience walking on the moon, or what is that about?
Oh, yeah. We have an augmented reality opportunity there where with a smartphone you can scan a QR code, and then you can not only walk on the scanned 3D surfaces of the Apollo landing sites, but also we have rock samples that were collected at those sites floating in the air right above you, and you can walk through them and see the layers of the rock inside as you move through that rock.
That is absolutely
really
amazing.
Fun experience.
And you also, too, have flight simulations that those kids can do as well. But, you come out here to an air show, and that's what you see. That's what's on display.
You have to, right?
Absolutely. What else? What other some fun things that the kids can do?
Well,
that's hands-on.
Yeah, so hands-on. We've also got send a story to space opportunity. So kids can come in, they can write a story, a short story, a poem, whatever they like, and they can actually send that to space. It will go on a rocket that's going to be launched from Canada by the end of the summer, and then they'll get a response back saying, "Congratulations, your story is in space."
That's amazing.
It's so much fun.
Wow.
Even for the little ones, if they are, pre-writers, they can draw pictures and do their best to tell their story any way they can. We'll make sure it gets to space.
Yeah. So what is the Cyber Patriot section and some of the things that you're working on with that?
Oh, that is an Air Force Association program. It is a cybersecurity contest for kids. It starts in middle school and goes all the way through high school. And these kids get the opportunity to learn cybersecurity skills, which is a job that is in high demand right now. And they are actually working on real cybersecurity problems, but in a simulated scenario so that they can learn how to solve those problems so they can go on and use that in a career in the future.
That is incredible.
And actually our middle school team that's here today, they were the first place state team in Utah.
Wow.
Wow.
So when we talk about STEM, what are some of the things that these kids need to be, I wasn't necessarily great in math, but that ended up being I was an economics major, which is math, essentially,
right.
in college. But it's because people encouraged me. What are some of the things that you do, even as a teacher? Thank you for being a teacher. We don't appreciate our teachers enough out there. But what are some of the things that you encourage those kids to do who, might not think that they're good at it?
We get a lot of kids that come into the programs that they don't. They think that STEM is too hard.
Right.
And they don't want to even try. But what I love to do is give them a taste. Just give them some small thing that they can do, that they can get hands-on and get gritty with. And then once they've done that, then they're like, oh, this isn't so bad. Maybe I can do this. And I see those attitudes flip from, oh, this is too hard, to, oh, maybe this is a career I could look at. I really love to give my students opportunities to have a real experience. So, for example, we have the Growing Beyond Earth program that we do at the school, and I also do it at a couple of libraries in the area as well. And they are growing plants for NASA using NASA protocols, and they are really collecting that data, really sending it to NASA. NASA really uses that to affect future space missions to the International Space Station.
Wow, it's so incredible. Do you find a lot of inspiration, especially maybe in your, day job, actually teaching, but from all the skills that you know are needed out at a place like Hill Air Force Base, which is a large employer in the local area.
Yeah, and actually that's one of the reasons we got involved with the Cyber Patriot program, is because we had some people come from Hill Air Force Base, from the Communications Directorate, and saying how important it was that they have cybersecurity professionals and that they're hard to find. And so when I see a need like that, then I'm going to try and steer kids towards those kinds of fields.
Be remiss not to ask you your thoughts on what happened out in the desert when parts of the asteroid landed here in Utah. That was incredible.
That was so exciting, honestly. Yes, that was so fun and so exciting to see that happen here. I know those kinds of things happen every so often, but just to be around to be able to see one of them, that was really fun.
Yeah, and a team from the 2nd, I believe, actually helped cover that event. So we really appreciate you taking time out to join us and for all the work that you do, really inspiring the next generation in STEM.
Thank you so much for having me out. I just so love it here. It's so much fun.
So that was Jennifer Jones. We're going to go ahead and take a quick look now at Devin Mashuli. She's going to be coming on and joining me next, but she actually flew earlier this week with, I believe his call sign is Sticky. He's a former Thunderbird, but she got a chance to take to the skies over Hill Air Force Base. Let's take a look.
Here's my flight suit. Let's get dressed. Ready to go.
We're going to take you out on a great flight, and we're going to have fun to demonstrate a little bit of the capabilities of the L-39. And I go by Sticky. I'm a retired Air Force pilot from 24 years. I've done probably 500 or 600 air shows because I'm a little kid and I've got a passion for aviation that doesn't quit, and I just love it.
I'm all buckled in, ready to go.
Almost immediately, I said, okay, Devin, are you ready to fly the airplane? And you were like, I'm ready to go. Let's take this
I
on.
said, okay, we're doing it. Only 30 seconds in.
You did it beautifully. Rolled it around a little slowly, kind of asked and said, you doing okay? And you're like, yeah, bring it on. So we did a couple of loops. It is the G's, when you pull into the G's, is a little unexpected.
That was cool.
What a beautiful view of watching the horizon come up.
It was so
inverted.
cool.
She's like, is that all you have? And I went, yeah, I can do one more thing. Let's put this thing upside down.
Mountains are upside down. The lake is above us. It was so cool. Whew, that was fun.
All right, back here, and Devin has joined me live
Yes, I have.
from KSL 5, and I understand you're a meteorologist?
I am a meteorologist, so it was super cool being up in the sky for once and inside the cockpit. So super awesome experience, and nice to be here. Obviously, nice to be beside you.
Yeah, so I mean, you got a really cool view, I assume, of the Wasatch Mountain Range.
Yes, the Wasatch, and so we were out Promontory Point area, so right over the Great Salt Lake. So that was a lot of our view, whether it was right side up or upside down, and it was super cool. So
Yeah, well, we're so glad to have you, and thanks to Lori, of course, for sitting in all morning
she
with
did
us.
awesome.
Yeah, and so lots of fun, but now we're going to be joined by Lieutenant Nate Pobletti. He is the Public Affairs Officer for the F-35 demonstration team, of course, based right here at Hill Air Force Base, part of the 388th Fighter Wing. And sir, how are you? Are you having a great first day of this Warriors Over the Wasatch Air Show?
It's been a great show. Thank you guys for having me on. Yeah, I've just been drinking a whole lot of water, putting on sunscreen when needed, have my earbuds in. But other than that, it's been a great show.
Yeah, so we saw a package earlier with Mock, and they showed her some of the things that she does with the F-35 demonstration team. But can you just talk a little bit about the F-35 demonstration team and what your mission is?
Yeah, so the F-35 demonstration team, we're stationed here out of Hill Air Force Base. We travel across the United States, over 25 air shows here in the United States, 3 to 10 overseas. So our main mission is to inspire, educate, and also retain people who really want to join the Air Force and fly the F-35. So Yeah, and it's been a great time. It's been a great season so far, and we're really glad we're home.
Yeah, so probably a unique experience because this is, in essence, a home game for you. You don't actually have to travel anywhere.
Yeah, definitely. It's been, you know, friends and family are out here. They get to see what we do, you know, throughout the United States in front of a home crowd. So we have a lot of friends and family here. It's really fun, and it's really an honor and an opportunity to perform in front of them.
Yeah, so can you talk a little bit about the F-35 specifically and the mission of the 388 Fighter Wing specifically, because a lot of people with the big depot mission that's here, they may not realize that there's an actual combat wing right here at Hill Air Force Base.
Yeah, so the mission of the 388 Fighter Wing is provide F-35A dominance anytime, anywhere, right? And as a demonstration team, we like to showcase the capabilities of a fifth-generation fighter. So the F-35 is known as the quarterback of the fighter realm. So just think of it as it's multi-role, and you know, whether we're communicating with ground forces, air-to-air forces, you know, we are essentially controlling the game field, the battlefield, essentially.
When it comes to the day-to-day basis, I imagine you guys have to practice a lot. So could you walk us through what, you know, the day in the life of a pilot of that airplane?
Yeah,
I forgot the name of it.
F-35.
F-35. There's so many.
Yeah.
So can you just talk through that?
Yeah, so as a part of the demonstration team, Mock flies once a week to stay up to standards for her season, right? And then also preparing her for air shows, right? For our pilots, they fly around 30 to 40 times a day, right? Wow. So that's multiple sorties per day. And yeah, there we are. Our mission, you know, when we project F-35 dominance anytime, anywhere, right? We're really preparing for the next fight. So our guys are the best pilots probably in the Air Force, and you know, we're really happy to showcase that capability today.
It's cool that you get to travel too. You get to like experience all different parts of the United States and across the world, and showcase obviously everything that our military has to offer. So maybe you can talk about the privilege that it is to get to do something like that.
Yeah, it's been a blessing and quite the opportunity to travel to the team. You know, it comes full circle, right? When I was younger, I would go to air shows too with my dad, right? Yeah. And then now traveling with the team, going to these different air shows, inspired the next generation to join the Air Force or join the military in general. So it's a full circle moment for sure.
And we'd probably be remiss because it's not just Mock and it's not just you. You actually have a team that's dedicated to this.
Yeah, so it is a full team effort, right? We bring 2 to 3 F-35s per show. So a lot of people see the planes up in the air, but we got to give credit to the guys working the jets behind the scenes. There's so much that goes behind the scenes, and these are the smartest professionals I've ever met in my life. So it's been quite the privilege, and for those people who don't want to fly, just know that you can still work really cool jobs and work really closely with the F-35A.
If you had to do an elevator pitch to get somebody to join the military and fly these types of planes, what would your pitch be?
My pitch would be, this is the coolest job in the world.
Yeah.
Coolest job in the world.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
That's like we just went from like the first to the second floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went from the first to the 10th floor really quickly. Yeah.
Well, we certainly appreciate you stopping by.
It, yeah.
Real quickly, how long does Mock actually fly her demo, and what kind of things can we expect to see in a little while when she takes to the air?
Yeah, so the routine is 15 to 20 minutes, right? And what you're going to see is it's really loud, it's really fast. You should see some flares, some pyrotechnics at the show too as well. And overall, just be amazed. You know, a lot of people don't see the F-35 fly like this, so just be prepared. It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be a good show.
It's going to be a great show.
First Lieutenant Nate Pobletti, he's the Public Affairs Officer for the F-35 demonstration time. And you actually see on your screen there the Tora team is starting to, looks like, taxi out. So we're going to go ahead and step aside here and throw it out to the air show narrator to talk us through the next few acts. And we'll be back in just a little while. You're watching the 2024 Utah Air Show, Warriors over the Wasatch. Thanks for tuning in.
I'll remind you, great spectators, we love you dearly, that the show continues nonstop with variety throughout the course of the afternoon. And we're going to give it to the Thunderbirds at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Between now and 3 o'clock, there is action nonstop. Civilian and military, sometimes both in the air at the same time. High and to your left. The question is often asked. We have the answer for that question. Do the ladies fly in air shows? Well, the answer is yes. By all means, they fly, both military and civilian. And we're going to give you an example of that. Here's Melissa Burns, high overhead. What an incredible career she has had and is still having. Let me tell you about her. Soon we'll go to the cockpit and talk to her in person. She's flying an Edge 540 aircraft. Now, in terms of what these aircraft like Melissa are flying, it would be the ultimate winning machine if it was a Formula One racer. If it was a NASCAR machine, it would get the checkered flag. If it was an Indy race car, it would be the winner of the Indy 500. They are hybrid, high-performance aircraft that allow Melissa and other pilots to do this. Now let me talk to you about her great record. A 4-time member of the U.S. Unlimited Aerobatic Team. You know that's international competition held every other year at a different host country with a maximum of 5 men and 5 women representing each country. She placed 3rd in the World Championship in France back in 2015. Holds multiple World Championship flight medals. The youngest member in history of the U.S. Unlimited team. He first made the team in 2006 at the tender age of 22 years. He's a member of the Alumni Hall of Fame at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. She is a professor at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in the Safety Graduate Department. Now, going into the world of skydiving, she has over 3,000 skydives. She's been jumping for 21 years with multiple world records. You might have seen or heard about the wingsuit base jumping. She's a former wingsuit base jump racer. She was named the fastest woman in the world at the wingsuit base rate at Extreme Sports Week in Norway in 2015. She has raced in China at the Wingsuit World League and all across Europe as well. She retired from base jumping when she had her children, who are now 5 and 3 years of age. Her daytime job midweek is a first officer for Alaska Airlines.
How about now?
Melissa met her husband Trent in Alaska when they were flying there. They flew climbers to and from the base camp in Denali doing glacier landings. They did those in single-engine turbine Otter aircraft. They used skis, the tallest mountain in America. Melissa, dancing her heart out for you, now calls Pacific Northwest her home.
Hello, race fans. Here we are once again. Warriors over the Wasatch.
A woman not afraid to travel and not afraid to compete, proving to you, as we will continue to show you throughout the course of the day.
Is that Mike White? Can hear me?
Females do a great job.
Okay, how about now? Yeah, keep calling. Okay. Warriors over the Wasatch.
All right, let's go to the cockpit. Melissa Burns, it's all yours.
Hey, thanks so much, Danny, and everyone, it is great to say hello. This is Melissa coming to you live from the cockpit of EOS, my X540. I'll give a couple passes here while my brave pole team goes out there to set up the poles. While I'm on with you, I just wanted to give a big shout out to everyone in the audience. You guys chase your dreams. Encourage those kids to go to school and keep making good decisions. And I tell you what, absolutely anything is possible, especially thanks to the brave men and women who are fighting for our freedom. Thank you for having us. Follow me at Melissa Sports Scout at sportscout.com.
Now, we're often asked, they say, Danny, that was a recording, wasn't it? No, as she was flipping and flopping and snapping and climbing and turning and under a massive G load, that was spontaneous from the cockpit. All right, you can see she has individuals on the ground as well. Crew members on the ground. She's going to do some dancing. All right, have you spotted her crew members? Have you spotted the ribbon, which is augmented by some bright colors? Watch for Melissa now. Checking things out. In goes the power, out goes the power. Left rudder, right rudder. All right, have you spotted all of our crew members? Have you spotted the poles? Got them? All right, so has Melissa. He makes the turn. He surveyed how the poles were erected, whether they're holding together, low and to the left, lower to the left, lower to the left. Now she rolls it to the upside down position. Down comes the rudder. And through the smoke, it looks like she nailed it. Not satisfied with that, another challenge as she makes her way in. Now you can imagine the challenge it would be, cut that upright. Now she goes into what we call the side slip knife edge maneuver. Dancing with the poles. Now a 90-degree turnout. Stays low. Keeps it in tight. Crew members with the poles still holding their positions. If you don't have them spotted, follow Melissa's airplane as it gets low. Little left rudder, little right rudder, little rudder dance. Now showing you the dexterity later on as Melissa cools down, takes a breather. They resurface her airplane with fuel and oil and smoke oil. She's going to be into a maneuver called tin sticks, which involves a tremendous amount of animation. Head-on or collision series of maneuvers for Skip Stewart, and an extra added attraction, showing you the versatility of these great, dedicated individuals who fly once, twice, sometimes 3 times the same air show in different routines, totally different acts. Now, at this point, I'd like to remind you, too, I don't want to be harping at you, but I do worry about you great spectators. Every hour or so, keep the sun blocker going on. The wind will dry us out. The sun will dry us out. We need to stay as healthy as possible. You'll have till 3 p.m. to start the Thunderbirds, and they will be at least an hour, perhaps more, on the ground and in the air. So stay comfortable, stay hydrated. Keep the lip protection going on. Please keep a close eye on the youngsters in your group. In addition to the great air show stars we have coming up, I'd like to remind you too, we have a rare treat to see a B-2 Spirit bomber in a flyby later on today. Going to do one pass. So with the eyes and cameras ready, that'll be a very rare and unique opportunity to see Northrop's latest stealth fighter.
Enemy air raid, Pearl Harbor, this is not a drill. Yes, we've taken you back to 7:55 a.m., December 7th, 1941. Imagine you were there that fateful morning. It started off as a peaceful Sunday morning over 80 years ago in Pearl Harbor at Hickam Field on the Hawaiian island of Oahu. Our entire naval base has awakened, with most of the fleet peacefully anchored within the confines of the harbor. Experience the roar of the engines and the sounds of the bombs as the Imperial Japanese Navy approaches, and with the break in formation, launches the first wave of 189 fighters and bombers from Japan's first air fleet, led by Japanese Captain Fushida. The unprovoked surprise attack was so complete that the coded success signal, Tora, 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 was sent back to the carrier task force before the first bomb fell. A single remote radar station had spotted the incoming raiders, but mistook them for a flight of B-17s due in from the mainland. The B-17s arrive, and like America herself, find themselves in a war that had not yet been declared. The attack was from the Japanese aircraft carrier Akagi, Akaga, Biru, Soru, and the two new carriers, the Shokuku and the Suikuku. The plan was simple: destroy the Pacific Fleet. The raid lasted for a little over 2 horrific and gruesome hours. Yes, you have a front row seat in the Pacific Theater as the story of the attack on Pearl Harbor unfolds in front of you. When the first bombs began to fall, pilots all over the island jump into action. At Wheeler Field, Lieutenant Philip Rasmussen woke to the sound of bombs. jumping out of bed, strapping on a .45 caliber pistol over his purple pajamas, and ran to a working Curtiss P-36 Hawk. He was joined by 4 more P-36 pilots, Lewis Sanders, Harry Brown, Gordon Sterling, and Malcolm Mike Moore. They took off to engage the attacking Japanese and managed to shoot down a few of their Zeros, Bells, and Kates. The number of enemy aircraft were incredibly overwhelming. If you look show left, you'll see our P-36 chasing down one of the Zeros. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Kenneth Taylor and George Welsh were just returning from an all-night dinner, dance, and poker party. These brave pilots, still in their formal dress clothes, raced to a couple of P-40 Warhawks. Our Warhawk out there has the big shark's mouth on it. Look for it. Anyway, they got them fueled and armed, and they took off. They quickly found themselves in the middle of a real battle. These 2 pilots caught up with the Japanese close to Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field and engaged the Zeros, Bells, and Kates with rounds from their .30 caliber machine guns. However, they quickly ran out of ammunition. Luckily, though, they were able to land at Wheeler Field, which is near the center of the island. They refueled and reloaded with .30 and .50 caliber ammo and took off again to fight the Japanese. The 2 pilots are credited with downing a total of 6 Japanese warplanes before their own planes were disabled. Both pilots received a Distinguished Service Cross for their actions that infamous day. A total of 502 U.S. planes were on the ground at the beginning of the attack. Sadly, 188 totally destroyed, 159 damaged, and just 155 aircraft lay on the ground in various stages of disrepair. The first wave of 189 Japanese Zeros, Bells, and Kates hammered away for almost an hour. Then came the second wave of an additional 171 aircraft to continue the strafing, bombing, and dropping of torpedoes for yet another 70 minutes. That's a total of 360 enemy warplanes. As the attack proceeded at Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field, the devastation was horrifying. Tora! 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 On the eastern edge of Ford Island, in the center of the harbor, 9 battleships lay at berth. The California, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Tennessee, Maryland, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Utah, and Arizona. Luckily, though, our 3 Pacific aircraft carriers were out at sea. First, the Japanese hit with Kate torpedo bombers. The initial wave of Kates hit 5 of our battleships: the Oklahoma, California, Nevada, West Virginia, and the Utah. These Kates were specially equipped with shallow-running torpedoes specifically designed for the attack on Pearl Harbor. You see, the shallow waters of Pearl Harbor would not allow the use of normal deep-running torpedoes, which leaves no doubt that this was a well-thought-out plan and not a surprise attack. Then came the Val dive bombers, armed with 1,700 pounds of armor-busting projectiles, originally made for 16-inch battleship guns. But they were converted to aerial bombs. These planes dived down onto the Nevada and the Arizona. Anti-aircraft fire veered the Vals away from the Nevada on the first wave. But unfortunately, the Arizona was not that lucky. A bomb stabbed the Arizona through her forward magazines and exploded, torching off more than 1 million pounds of gunpowder. Sailors on the Nevada watched in horror as the Arizona jumped 20 feet in the air and broke in 2, forever entrapping 1,178 American servicemen in an underwater tomb. The ship sank in less than 3 minutes, and still today she remains at the bottom of the harbor in a watery grave, crying black tears as a reminder to all of those who lost their lives that infamous day. At Marine Corps Air Station Ewa, Private First Class Melvin Thompson was on guard duty when 9 Zeros attacked the base. He stepped out of his guard shack, he drew his .45 caliber pistol and began firing on the enemy airplanes. a Japanese pilot, Yoshio Shiga, saw Thompson firing back at them. Years later, Shiga remembered Thompson's tenacity and fighting spirit, describing the lone Marine as the bravest American I've ever seen. All over the island, soldiers were bringing anything they could get to bear and fight. They were getting their working 45 caliber pistols or Springfield rifles, and in some cases, soldiers were able to get 30 and 50 caliber belt-fed machine guns into action, bringing down numerous marauding Japanese Zeros, Valves, and Capes. Meanwhile, at Bellows Airfield on the northeastern coast of the island, more U.S. Army pilots were racing to their P-40s. Unfortunately, Japanese Zeros appeared at the same time and started strafing runs. One P-40 pilot was killed as he stepped into his cockpit. 2 other P-40s were shot down just as they got off the ground. P-40 right center stage right now. The flight of 12 B-17 coming from the mainland finally arrived and were immediately attacked by the Zeros. Unfortunately, in all the confusion, the B-17s were shot at by friend and foe. Tora! The frightened crews landed wherever they could, one of them in a pineapple field not far from Hickam Field. A B-17 pilot, Major Landing, trying to land, said what a hell of a way to enter a war. Out of gas, unarmed, and no place to land. Amazingly, though, 8 of those B-17s actually made it to Hickam Field. At the conclusion of the surprise Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, more than half of America's entire naval fleet had been destroyed or damaged. Nearly 2,400 Americans were killed, over 1,200 wounded, and at the time, 960 people were missing. 188 aircraft were destroyed, 159 damaged, just 155 of our aircraft lay on the ground. 2 battleships were destroyed, 3 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and a total of 6 battleships were damaged. Our greatest naval base lay in ruins, along with our complacency. The following day, December 8, 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt announced our entry into World War II with these words to Congress, the citizens of the United States, and the world.
Yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. It will be reported that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory.
In the 44 months of fighting that followed, the United States sank every one of the Japanese aircraft carriers, battleships, and cruisers that were a part of the Pearl Harbor task. Nagasaki, the city where their special armor-busting bombs were made, was destroyed by a U.S. atom bomb on August 9, 1945. And a little less than a month later, when the Japanese surrender document was signed on September 2nd, among the U.S. warships present in Tokyo Bay was our battleship, the West Virginia. Please bow your head and join me in a moment of silence in memory of all of those that lost their lives that infamous day. Thank you. We do not mean to glorify war by this demonstration. We simply honor a time when our nation was strong and united, patriotic. The United States of America's dedication led to the surrender not only of Japan, but Nazi Germany as well, giving peace and freedom to the entire world. We do this in appreciation of that dedication, determination, and effort, and extend our appreciation to the men and women fighting for our freedom today. We salute them all, past, present, and future. Torah, Torah, Torah. Special salute. Well, how about that wall of fire, huh? Awesome. Our wall of fire today is presented by our Torah Bomb Squad, led by Ben West of Madison, Wisconsin, as well as his team from across the United States, his sister Martha Boswell, his son Caleb West, Bitchy Ryan, Mandy McConnell, John Blevins, Jim Cool, his daughter Christina Anderson, and his son-in-law Tommy Anderson, and Kevin and Peg Scarsborough. What'd you think about that, huh? Let's give them a round of applause. That's awesome. All right, I would love to introduce our pilots to you. So incoming here from our left will be our Torah lead, Doug Durr. He will be in 0115, flying Torah for over 20 years. He's from the Woodlands, Texas. Followed by second-generation pilot Dan Reedy. He's in our 0114 from Pearland, Texas. 0111 from Patrick Hutchins from Bayou Vista, Texas. And 0113, Mike Anderson from Muskogee, Oklahoma. Here comes our K-Torpedo bombers. Here's our speckled K-313, flown by Daniel Rothman from Liberal, Kansas. And K-310, Parker Rathman from Linden, Texas. Last but not least is our P-36 Hawk, flown by Chris Walker from Palestine, Texas. Today, our P-40 Warhawk was flown by Taylor Stevenson from Dallas, Texas. Let's give our pilots a round of applause, please. Awesome. Yes, our air shows showcase our military forces. It's also an excellent opportunity to highlight the cities of Layton, Ogden, Roy, Clinton, Clearfield, Sunset, Farmington, Kaysville, and Syracuse, as well as Hill Air Force Base. It's a chance to promote community relations, which are so vital and important for continued success. But more than anything, it's a chance to give you a glimpse into the extraordinary capabilities of our nation's people and equipment. With our little history lesson, Torah's purpose here is to highlight the advancement of our military capabilities from the 1940s to what you see here today with our modern military. December 7, 1941 was a pivotal moment, not only in U.S. history, but world history as well. Europe had already been on fire for 2 years, and despite the best efforts of some incredibly sharp people, we did not have the most professional and powerful military. Because of that lack of foresight, planning, and commitment, the sons and daughters of this nation paid a terrible price. We think that's worth remembering, and hope you do as well. Lest we forget, freedom is not free. Torah is a part of the Commemorative Air Force, an organization dedicated to preserve in flying condition one of every American military aircraft that served the U.S. during World War II. All of our team members are volunteers, and we love what we do. Torah has been flying air shows for over 52 years. We would love for you to follow us on social media and visit our website at torah.com for more information and our show schedule. Once again, a big salute to everybody that came out today at Hill Air Force Base and for letting us perform for you. We hope you enjoyed it. I'm Denise Walker. I'm your narrator for today. All together, we are Torah, Torah, Torah. Back to you, Danny.
Thank you, Denise Walker. Thank you to the award-winning Torah, Torah, Torah. Let's give them a big round of applause, reenacting history. And if you want to learn more about Torah, it was a movie back in 1970, and the movie companies, Hollywood, took a number of these aircraft and modified them to look like Japanese fighter and torpedo aircraft. After the movie was completed and it had its run, the commemorative Air Force, called the Confederate Air Force at that time, bought all of these aircraft.
And standby talent in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take it, cue it, track it.
Hey, welcome back to Broadcast Central for day one of this 2024 Utah Air Show, the Warriors over the Wasatch. I'm Dan Hawkins along with Devin
Mashuli.
I knew I was going to mess it up, so
okay.
that's why I let
It's
you
Italian,
say it.
And it looks a little weird when you say it, but it's good.
Yeah, so she's from our KSL 5 team. So glad to partner with you guys this year for this air show. You might see her doing the weather report. So
yes,
give
at
us
4
a quick...
o'clock at 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. If you watch KSL, you can get your forecast from yours truly.
So, I mean, in 15 seconds, what's the weather?
Hot.
Hot. There you go. So
hot, sunny, but there's a little bit of a breeze, and that really does help. And it'll be a little bit windier tomorrow. So
looking live on our screen right now, we see the B-2 Spirit.
That's
and
awesome.
That is a incredible aircraft, a dramatic leap in technology. The B-2, a multi-role bomber capable of delivering both conventional and nuclear weapons. That's a pretty sight.
It's like you can barely see it, how thin it is along the line there.
Yeah.
Makes sense why it's the stealth one.
And so I know the crowd has been waiting for the shot. I'm assuming they'll take it full screen here for a moment so you can get the beauty of this aircraft as it flies by. The B-2 brings massive firepower to bear in a short time anywhere on the globe. Really through impenetrable defenses. I mean, that's just majestic.
Its mission, I read that its longest mission was from Missouri to Afghanistan, I believe. So it's cool to see that it can travel that far.
Yeah, the B-2 has been around since November of 1988. Rolled out of the hangar at Air Force Plant 42 in Palmdale, California.
Okay. So now we're going to bring in Mr. Enos Cummings. He's an engineering director for the 309th Software Engineering Group. He is leading the way, or the group is leading the way, as a world-class software development organization. The 309 SWAGs, approximately 2,000 engineers, scientists, cyber professionals, and support teams provide critical system updates for military fighter jets, missile systems, satellite systems, and other things. So what a huge group that encompasses a lot of things. So now, Mr. Enos Cummings, can you just tell me about the software group and all that goes into it over there?
Yeah, so appreciate the question. Yeah, I represent the 309 SWAG. We have, like you said, about 2,000 engineers, computer scientists, and our main mission is to develop software and hardware solutions for these military aircraft that you're seeing here. And so we're all civilians, meaning that we work for the Air Force, not in an active duty stance, but as civilians for the Air Force.
Yeah, and I imagine your workforce is primarily civilians, right? General Bell was on earlier, the commander of the Ogden ALC, and he said there's really only about 100 blue suit military in the ALC, so I imagine that translates to the SWAG, right?
Correct, absolutely, yeah. And we have technical talent, engineers, computer scientists, cybersecurity specialists, configuration management specialists, all these people working together to develop code to support our nation's defense through these aircraft here.
And I imagine your crew produces a lot of different things. So maybe you can touch on one that you're particularly proud of that you maybe recently have done or just in all of your time working with this group.
Yeah, great question. So we are very proud of, if you can see just behind us there, those F-16s, right, that the Thunderbird are using. We have basically the engineering staff that creates every line of code, every piece of software for that jet. So everything that, as we add capability to that jet, the F-16, because it actually first flew 50 years ago today. So that jet is 50 years old, the airframe, but by adding continually new capabilities, new computers, new electronics, new avionics, we are the ones that integrate that. We work with the program office who is also located here at Hill, and making sure that jet does what it does. In fact, this afternoon when we see the Thunderbirds fly, 2 thumbs up. Just know that
Okay.
a lot of our team has been doing that.
Programming is so hard because if you have one thing
Absolutely.
not correct and you can't find it, it is like pulling your hair out. So how is it working with people, and how do they handle, the difficulty that comes with coding and producing something so it all finally works?
So our teams we do a lot of pair programming. We do things to where the teams are working together, have a built-in peer review, if you will, so that the people who are working are basically working together in a team environment to make sure that the code that we produce is valid code, is good code. We also have a very robust test team who verifies everything that we do to make sure that it's on track and it delivers for the pilot.
Yeah, and you can talk about the work environment itself, like how is that with the flow and how things have to kind of walk down through that chain of command, through the test team. Maybe you can touch on the work environment in general.
So post-COVID, we've found that there's certain aspects, about 30% of our team can now telework.
Oh,
but the vast majority of what we do is still behind that curtain of we work classified information, of course.
Yeah.
And so we have to have those labs and those networks all within a classified environment. So, but finding that we can adopt a lot of modern software practices like working from home.
Yeah, that's cool. You never would think that.
Just a programming note, if you didn't hear it, the F-35
Yeah, that was the F-35.
Took off, and you might have heard that sound of freedom. That's something that you're used to
It is.
hearing every day.
It is. That's our main bird here at Hill, right?
So obviously understanding things like cyber and what you do at the software unit, what are some of the qualifications if somebody might be interested in perhaps working with your team?
So a lot of the technical side will have to have a bachelor's degree in engineering or computer science. Those in cybersecurity, there's certain certificates that we need to work through that. But we're developing relationships with the local universities, Utah State, Weber State, the University of Utah. We have a very robust internship program. And with those interns, we have about 100 this year that are working with us to learn about the mission that we have and to get that mission instilled in their heart. And so we know that in this workforce, technical talent is very valuable everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And so if we find a place where they have mission and purpose, they tend to stick with us.
Yeah, and I might have misspoke. It looks like on the screen, is that an A-10?
There was an A-10 that just took off.
Okay, so I might have misspoke there. I thought it was the F-35.
And it was the F-35 going first time.
Oh,
so
it does. Okay, so I missed something. I was
correct.
like, am I off here? Okay, so, what do you particularly see, as you look towards the future, some of the things that you guys are excited to be working on?
Well,
that you can share.
I can't share any more than that. No, we just last year we stood up what we call the software directorate, where we have software, a group similar to ours at Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma and at Robbins Air Force Base in Georgia. And so now the three of us are under one organizational structure. We report directly to General Hawkins, the 3-star general at AFSC. And by bringing these three groups together, we're now leveraging the best of breed at each of those sites, the best in process, the best in software development skill sets, and just tying us all together to where we really have that one software focus now. It's awesome. It's like anything when you're bringing a family together. You got that crazy in-law over there on the one side, right? But in the end, this is definitely the right thing to bring us all together.
Wow. Well, we certainly appreciate what you do and your team does every day here at Hill to support the mission, but also, the defense of this great nation. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So Enos Cummings, who is from the 309th Software Engineering Group here at Hill, as you look at some more action there on the Hill ramp, and we're inching closer and closer to showtime for America's ambassadors in blue, the Air Force Thunderbirds. They will take to the skies right around 3 o'clock or 1500 for all you military folks out there.
Not me. Weather meteorologists, we use Zulu time or UTC.
There you go. Okay, all right.
So that's roughly, 21Z for
the meteorologists that are listening.
All right, so we're going to take a quick time out here, and we're going to send it out to the narrator, and when we come back, we'll have our next guest.
Thank you, man, for allowing me to do that. Stars would be back and do yet another routine. Totally different from before. So we have Melissa Burns in her monoplane high and to your left. We have Skip Stewart high and to your right. And there's going to be another player in this game as they do some head-on or collision series of maneuvers. So the challenge now of these two veteran pilots, Skip says biplanes rule. Biplanes are the best. Melissa, off on your right, she says that monoplanes rule. Skip Stewart said guys can fly better than girls. Melissa Burns says girls can fly better than guys. They can fly rings around the guys. So this is what they're going to do. They're going to have a little bit of a challenge. Now I'll watch them coming in for the head-on collision series of maneuvers. Watch for them to play a game of chicken as they cross in field, augmented by pyrotechnics. Skip goes high and to your left, Melissa goes high and to your right. They meet high at Show Center. Now at the mayhem of Skip on your right, Melissa on your left is not enough. Adding to the mayhem in this free-for-all is the Hot Streak 2. Hayden Prophet II at the controls. He saw and heard him earlier today. Two jet engines formerly powering the T2 Buckeye. As Skip goes high and to your left, now descending. Melissa high and to your right, she's now descending. Down at ground level, Hayden Prophet II firing up those two jet afterburning engines. Raw flames coming out the side stacks. Skip and Melissa doing the opposing head-on loop, calling contact with each other. All right, Afterburner on the ground, following the hot streak 2. Bob Fury, the crew chief in the white pickup truck. Working her way down is Melissa in her Edge 540 in the Prometheus, highly modified hot rod biplane. Skip Stewart. Skip down at ground level. He's going to lay a little smoke down on the hot streak 2. And the two pilots are going to try to intimidate that jet-powered truck. Born into a family of drag racing champions, his grandfather, Hayden Prophet I, NHRA and AHRA champion, his uncle Brad, jet-powered vehicles. 25,000 equivalent.
Wow, so lots happening here at the 2024 Utah Air Show. Warriors over the Wasatch. Dan Hawkins and Devin Mashuli. So glad you could stick with us this afternoon on what is turning out to be, in weather terms, a very hot day.
Hot, and at least it's sunny, though, so we can see everything perfectly.
And there you see hot streak 2. That's providing some heat.
Yeah, great. Maybe we should tell them to cut the fire for just a little bit.
Hang on the other side of the flight line.
At least it looks cool, right?
It does look cool. Yeah. So we're delighted now to introduce our next guest, Colonel William Storms. He's the director of the Minuteman III Systems Directorate here at Hill Air Force Base. The Minuteman III ICBM, or Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, I'll get it out, represents the only operational weapon system of the land-based leg of the U.S. nuclear triad and provides the nation's most responsive global strategic deterrent and global strike capabilities. So, sir, welcome in. Are you having a good time?
Having a blast.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know you work with the Minuteman III, but, you know, is there a particular airframe that you're interested in seeing fly today?
All the Air Force ones. The Navy one was interesting, but all the Air Force ones, for sure.
Oh, you have to say that, don't you?
He's a company man, after all.
I get it.
I'm a little invested at this point.
Yeah. You've given a couple years at the office. So can you tell us a little bit about what you do with the Minuteman III and the directorate here at Hill?
Yeah, so the directorate here is it's the system program office for the weapon system. We maintain the engineering authorities for the weapon system, and the missile wings, right? 3 different missile wings across 5 states, where right now today there are, as we sit here, there are missileers sitting down in the silos, or down in the capsules, on alert to providing that nuclear deterrent. The weapon system that they're executing, it's mechanical, it's electrical, right? It's all kinds of different systems that come together to create it. As those pieces age out and fail, and what our responsibility is to ensure that when the maintainers pull something out of the field, they have something to put back in. So we work with supply chain management, we work with the depot. That's actually both those organizations here at Hill. Huge ICBM community here at Hill, enterprise here at Hill. It's been here for a very long time. Without Hill, we wouldn't have an ICBM in the field today. And so we are that interface from the missile wings to those other organizations to make sure that if something can't be built anymore, we go find the company that can build the new piece. We go work on the design. We're a bunch of engineers, program managers, logistic management specialists, those types of individuals that are monitoring and watching. We track failure trends, see kind of how things are going, so we know if we need to go start a new program, because it is, as you mentioned, the only operational land-based leg of the nuclear triad. It has to be on alert. It has to be safe, secure, and effective all the time. Nuclear Weapons Center motto, never doubted, always feared. That's only because we trust in the weapon system, and our job is to ensure that the missile wings have the tools, the knowledge, and the equipment that they need to go do their job, to keep us safe, so we can sit out here and enjoy this without having to worry about somebody else trying to launch nuclear weapons at us.
And what's it like having to maintain this system, the nation's backbone nuclear deterrent, for so long?
Yeah, it's clearly an aging system.
Yeah.
There's a new system. It's called Sentinel. It's a large development program. We need that system because it is hard, right? There are things that happen every day that we've got to work with the missile wings and ensure that they have what they need. But at the end of the day, right, it is still fully effective. It is fully safe. It's fully secure. It can do the mission that is required to do today. And the Air Force Global Strike Command personnel that are watching over us are doing that with this weapon system. And we will continue to do that until we don't have to anymore. It's what has to happen. It's challenging for sure, but we've got the right people. We've got the right tools. We've got the right equipment. We've got the right technology, the right understanding, and we're going to keep doing that.
And just to give everybody a sense of kind of the scope of what we're talking about, in a general sense, could you just explain what the 3 legs of the triad are? We've talked about it, but somebody might be going like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're land-based, which means these missiles sit in a silo across 5 states, kind of in the middle northern tier section of the country. And they're on alert, ready to go today. There are people waiting to get the call to defend us if we need to. So the most responsive, as was mentioned. And then you've got the Sea Leg, which is owned by the Navy. It's the boomer submarines, as they're called. And I'm somewhat out of my lane if I use the wrong terms here. People in the Navy and know more will have to forgive me. But they're sea launch-based cruise intercontinental ballistic missiles that come out. They're sea-based that come out of the submarines to take that. They are hidden. Nobody knows where they are, so they are kind of the most evasive, the hardest to hit. So it keeps our capability, whereas ICBMs, our adversaries definitely know where they are. They've been in place for 60-plus years. It's no secret where the subs are. That's a secret, and that's what they bring to the triad. And then air-launched is fairly responsive, but then also they're the ones that we can call back, and you can put them in, again, some uncertainty in where you can go, but you can forward deploy them. You can keep them around us, so they bring that piece as well. So there's the 3 together are needed to help us make sure that we're covered in all aspects of nuclear deterrence.
And obviously it's important to have this because you need to protect America. Because it's like, obviously, whoa, what's the importance of maintaining this nuclear capability? It seems so grand scale, but it's just to keep everybody safe, I imagine.
That's right. And the fact of the matter is nuclear weapons were invented.
Yep.
We have them, and as long as others have them, we have to have them. And so we will continue this part of the deterrence.
And in this era of great power competition, even more important than ever to make sure that we continue to modernize. As you talked about with the Sentinel, that's part of being able to modernize and keep pace with competition. But I want to switch gears a little bit and maybe talk to the workforce that you have here at Hill and maybe some of the qualifications for people that you might look for folks who might be a great fit for your program.
Yeah, so technical skills are good. Electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, aerospace engineers, any type of engineer is great. Program managers are important because we'll go and work on a technical solution, but if we don't have folks that understand kind of how that interaction with contractors, because we in the government, we build very little. Right, we rely on the defense contractors of the nation to actually provide the products. The planes you see here are the missiles that we work with, and all the other equipment. And so we need folks that understand that system well and know how to manage programs, dollars, and those kinds of things. So we got a mix of civilian and military here as part of our organization, and then we work with the depot side, which is for us specifically is the 309th Missile Maintenance Group. It's part of the Air Logistics Complex here at Hill, and they're mechanics of a sort, but focused on working on a rocket booster for a Minuteman III, right? Highly specialized skills, almost trades, level of skill to do this work. So those are types of the folks that work on this weapon system.
I imagine another benefit for having to work on something for so long is you get different age groups or generations. So maybe you can touch on how the young help the older and the older help the young. I feel like is that something you see in your program, like kind of a spread of ages?
Yeah, so there is, much like anywhere else, right? There is definitely a spread of ages.
Yeah.
And that's the trick, right, is taking the seasoned workforce who has the knowledge and has the history and just sort of does things because they know it, right? And then trying to get younger, less seasoned people in, and maybe they have knowledge on some of the general principles of program management or engineering or whatever, right? But they don't know the weapon system. And so one of the biggest things that we work through is figuring out how to bridge that gap. How do we take that knowledge from the older workforce and get it into the newer workforce, just so we don't lose that, because this is one-of-a-kind capability. Nobody else is doing this stuff. Hill's where it's happening, and so how do we make sure that we keep that workforce going from now until the end of Minuteman 3 and then whatever the follow-on is? Right now, Sentinel, right? As the Sentinel comes, yeah, we've got to be able to bridge that gap. We've got to be able to maintain the workforce. We've got to make sure that we're able to glean that knowledge, because once it's gone, it's really hard to get back.
Yeah, it's a lot of in-depth stuff, I imagine.
Yeah.
You guys have to reinvent the wheel, too, so you're reteaching that stuff. So obviously you sound very passionate about what you're talking about. Why do you do what you do? Why do you go back to work every single day?
Well, I got orders to come here, so
I figured that was one thing.
Fair. No, so I've 20 plus years of doing development, acquisition work in the Air Force. I've worked a myriad of programs. I've been on a lot of some aircraft, some weapons, and the majority of my time has been on development. So things that are kind of in the middle of us figuring out how to build it and going through the designs and working with the contractors. And this is the furthest I've ever been in the life cycle of a weapon system. And it's instantaneous feedback, right? Generally, you make a decision in the acquisition work career field, and you go, was that right? Like, I think it was right with the information I had, right? I made the best decision I could. In this one, I get instant feedback from many general officers and others that are utilizing this weapon system that was not good, because now we don't have a truck, or now we don't have a piece, right? And so from that perspective, it's really good. And to be that closely tied to this mission, right? The importance of why we do this. And I think if I speak for my team when I say that the very dedicated workforce that truly understands that everything that we do relies on nuclear deterrence, kind of underwriting everything else, right? An F-35 doesn't exist if you don't have effective nuclear deterrence. We wouldn't be able to do the things we do as a nation without the nuclear backbone that we have today. And it's been confirmed over and over again through our national defense policy and whatnot that there needs to be a triad, and one piece of that triad is always the land-based, and that's us. That's what we do, and that's why we're passionate about it, because without it, we don't get to have what we're having today.
Well, Colonel William Storms, the director of the Minuteman 3 Systems Director at Hill, but thank you so much for your time. We certainly appreciate what you and your team do every day in the defense of this great nation.
Yeah. No, thank you. It's been fun.
It sounds like you love your job, but you could have a career in meteorology with the last name Storms, I have to say.
I was really afraid I wouldn't make it past Major, because Major Storms just sounded too cool.
Oh, it sounds a little scary.
There you have it, Major Colonel Storms. We certainly appreciate it.
Yeah.
So you get a live look at the Hill flight line, the A-10 Warthog, the Army's best friend, I like to call it, landing after a flight for the crowd here as we roll towards the F-35 demonstration team and the Air Force Thunderbirds coming up right around 3 o'clock. So we hope you make your plans to stay with us all afternoon long. We'll be with you live here from Hill Air Force Base. We're going to go ahead and take a quick time out. We're going to throw it out to the narrator. We'll be back with more after this.
The F-35 destroying the enemy air defense and enabling freedom of movement in the skies. They now make their presence known, installing fear and disrupting the enemy ground forces. The tactical situation on the ground is still challenging as our friendly forces continue to engage by enemy forces on the east side of the airfield. The Air Force Tactical Control Party Joint Terminal Air Attack Controller Embedded with the friendly ground forces, they will utilize the F-35 close air support to neutralize enemy forces to turn the tide of the battle.
Panther Flight, JTAC, checking in. Panther Flight, proceed. IP Alpha, call when ready. Cash check-in. Panther, enemy tactical vehicles and dismounted personnel east of the airfield make attacks north to south. Panther, calling in with direction. Expect clearance on final.
Panther 1's in from the north.
Panther 1, cleared hot, cleared hot, cleared hot.
Panther 1. Panther 2 in from the north.
Panther 2, cleared hot, cleared hot.
Panther 2.
After I talk. Panther Flight, good effects, good effects, good effects. Panther SAM launch. Panther request
locating
immediate
the pop-up
on
enemy surface-to-air missile systems. The F-35s execute a coordinated attack using bombs to engage the enemy radar systems, missiles, launcher, and associated equipment.
Well, now they're going to do this. Panther 1, cleared hot.
Panther 1.
2 passes each. 1 by each.
Panther 2 in from the north.
Panther 2, cleared hot, cleared hot.
Panther 2.
Panther, good effects, good effects. Request immediate re-attack north to south, same restrictions. Panther 1, cleared hot, cleared hot.
Panther 1. Panther 2 in from the north.
Panther 2, cleared hot, cleared hot.
Panther 2.
The coordinated attack is effective, and the enemy air defenses are eliminated.
Panther 1, good effects, good effects. Request immediate show of force, northeast to southeast, or reciprocal.
Make sure you guys are ready to go.
The final pass is your best opportunity to get photos as they fly from north to south, crossing at Air Show Center.
Tower, boss. Right, the Panthers may go out of the T-bar to the north to catch up with Bolt to come back in. Yep.
North to south as another two.
I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to. Maybe I'm going through a trouble.
All right, keep your eyes focused to your left as they make their inbound run from the north to the south back in formation.
I away. Touchdown.
Now with the ground forces protected and the F-35s low on fuel, they will rejoin with the KC-135 air refueler out of the 91st Air Refueling Squadron from MacDill Air Force Base in Florida to get fuel for follow-on tasking or to fly back to their forward operating base.
Go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wolf and Panther, you have the airspace.
Right over here.
Both got you in sight.
First pair.
The two fighters rejoined with the KC-135. It will take precision flying and coordination from all three aircraft to connect with the boom operator. Aero refueling can take place at speeds as high as 300 miles per hour and altitudes up to 20,000 feet. The two F-35s will now land. The KC-35 will come around to demonstrate a low pass. KC-135 Stratotanker provides the core aerial refueling capability for the United States Air Force and has excelled in its role for more than 60 years. This unique asset enhances the Air Force's capability to accomplish its primary mission of global reach. It also provides aero refueling support to the Air Force, to the Navy, to the Marine Corps, and to allied nation aircraft. KC-135 is also capable of transporting litter or ambulatory patients using patient support pallets during aeromedical evacuations.
We're going to fly around.
Now, because we have the ability, the F-35s are going to again commence from the north to our left and do another pass down the shoreline. We're going to take this opportunity to again try to reunite children with their parents. And we're paging Kathy, Himonarsh. Please report to the Lost Child booth. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your help. There's a photo op for you. KC-135 getting ready to refuel, perhaps over the North Atlantic. 2 jets with no place to land and low on fuel. It's been doing it since 1957.
Probably wait till they're center line and you can just wait. Whatever you think.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the 2024 Warriors over Wasatch Air Power Demonstration. Well, we hope you've enjoyed our effort to showcase a few of the wide-ranging combat capabilities of the United States Air Force and the combat power of Hill Air Force Base. If you have any further questions about Air Force combat air power, please stop by the static display of our aircraft and meet U.S. Air Force aviators.
170 at 6.
Welcome back, and thank you again for watching the coverage of the Warriors over the Wasatch Air Show. I'm Devin Mishuli, meteorologist from KSL, and gladly joined by Dan Hawkins. And what was your title again? Just a guy?
Just air show
out?
guy,
Okay,
hanging
cool.
out, yeah.
That's a great introduction, right? Just a guy hanging out, enjoying the show.
Yeah, that's me.
You were just watching the F-35s trailing a KC-135.
Correct.
I'm still learning all the technical plane terms, but a lot of awesome stuff is going on. Awesome things, awesome visuals. And now we have another awesome thing to talk about. We are joined by Thunderbirds Staff Sergeant Sierra Kraut, the commander's support staff. Her main job is personnel for the team, but during the show, she takes on additional duties as a key part of the show center team. So she actually films each show for the pilots, for them to review during debrief, and also performs or takes notes and performs on timing for the pilots so they can keep their training awesome and keep improving every single day. So thank you so much for joining us, Sierra.
Thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be here with you all.
Well, please tell us about yourself. Where did you grow up? Why do you want to, join to be a pilot? Tell us everything you can.
Okay, so I grew up in Michigan, born and raised. I do claim North Carolina as home just because that's where residency is. That's where the folks are. Couple brothers, sisters. I kind of have a blended family. It's super cool. I'm still the youngest, so that's even better.
It is better?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I guess it's better. I'm the middle child, so I can't speak on that. But.
So that's always been like the most amazing part. I joined, so for my story, it's a little different. Most people join 18, sometimes 19. I didn't join until I was 25, so I gave myself a little bit time in the outside world, and then I realized, this probably isn't working out too well. And so from there, I went on to just I found a recruiter, talked with them, and then I just wanted that consistency. Okay, I know I work Monday through Friday from this time to this time. I do this, I do this. I'm more of a very particular. I like things in the order, so it's just more stability, more consistency.
Makes sense why you joined the military. Yeah. They're pretty particular to their orders.
Order is fine. Black and white. Gray areas kind of scare me a little bit.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, yeah, it's perfectly fine.
So your specific job, can you touch on what you do? I know we briefly kind of mentioned it, but go in depth a little bit more.
So as a personnelist, we pretty much do career management for the whole base. So each person we take care of, from their promotion to how much they get paid to what unit they're assigned to, their job skill levels, where they go to their next location, when they're coming into our location. So I tell them I'm pretty much human resources for the, pretty much HR for the Thunderbirds. Yeah. For even when I'm not with the Thunderbirds, just in a regular unit, I'm still that HR person.
Okay.
But you actually, though, have a pretty cool job, because not only do you get to do the HR stuff, but you actually have a hand in the operational mission of the Thunderbirds. Yes. Can you kind of talk about that and what an important job it is, but also, how much do you like that? I think it sounds cool.
Yeah, being able to film them and then almost critique them to make it the picture perfect. So maybe touch on that more.
So as a safety filmer. I literally film from the time the engines start to the time that the engines shut off, because you never know what's going to happen through that whole time frame. So the pilots are very particular about what they would like to see. So as a filmer, I have to make sure I'm catching every single moment of that, no matter what is going on. So it's pretty awesome. Get to travel with the team a lot. So as a personnelist, or as operations, that's what we call it, the operations side, we're also like load crew. So we upload all of our cargo, download all of the cargo. So it's very interesting. It's a lot of additional duties, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. Like, this is super, one of the best jobs in the whole Air Force.
It sounds like you wear a lot of hats. Do you have a particular favorite hat?
I actually don't mind doing the film. It's actually, it becomes muscle memory after a while. So even if I haven't filmed for, let's say, about 2 weeks, I'll be like, all right, let me check on my buttons, make sure I get everything, and then it literally is like a flip, and you just right back into it. It's nice to know that you are this main body, or this main component of this big organization, and they rely on you very heavily to make sure that everything is going the way that it's supposed to.
And I imagine you have to, work very closely with the pilots and kind of tell them what to do. I imagine they're all pretty good sports, but how is that relationship between you and the pilots and making sure everything is as good as it can be?
Oh, it's perfect. So I always ask them for feedback, like, hey, is this what you want to see? Do you want to see this? Do you want to see that? I also work very heavily with Thunderbird number 7. He's our DO, so he's kind of like our liaison between show sitters, what we call it, and the pilots. So if something goes wrong with film, or they want to tweak something, they usually talk to him, or they talk to me like, hey, we would like to see blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, that's easy. I can do that. That's no problem. But other than that, like, it's always great. No tension or anything like that. So I love it.
So you already mentioned one job another Thunderbird personnel does. Maybe you can touch on other jobs that are under the Thunderbirds umbrella that the team members may do, or along with the Thunderbirds demonstration team. Yes. There's probably a lot, so maybe just pick a few.
Couple. Okay, so we have about 31 to 32 different jobs actual on the team.
Wow.
We have from gazillion maintainers. We have public affairs. We have medics on the team. We have communications on the team. So everybody has an additional duty that they do at the shows or at the show sites when we go.
Yeah, so the Thunderbirds, we're getting closer to their performance today, obviously. So much fun. But can you just tell us a little bit about what the viewers at home or those attending the air show, what we can expect to see today out of the Thunderbirds?
You have to expect to see a lot of air power. Just be prepared. There are some sneak passes in there. I can't tell you where they are, but you might get a little scared, but that's okay. But it's going to be an amazing show. We always show up and show out and do everything that we can to make sure that the people who are watching have a great time, a great experience. We love to inspire people, so that's why you see a lot of the narration in the show, or there's certain maneuvers that we do, because it's just like like, oh my gosh, or like, oh wow, like it's nice.
There's a performance in the air, but there's also like a pre-show performance on the floor, and I heard there's like a Disney tie to it, so maybe you could touch on that element of the floor routine.
Yes, so it's called the ground show, or maintenance march. So our maintenance personnel, they have a cadence or step-by-step that they do every second, or every move, every this, every that. It's literally timed. So while they're marching, they're timing their stuff inside of their head. They make sure their moves are sharp, and they do pretty much like a pre-maintenance check on the jets as they're doing that. It is a Disney theme. I believe it's How to Train a Dragon 2. So you might hear some of that in there. I love How to Train a Dragon. So yeah,
that's new information. I had not heard that before.
Yeah, so, no, that's really new.
Yeah, that's definitely gave us a look behind the curtain. So we really appreciate that. So I guess we'll end it on this. Like, what's the coolest thing about being with the United States Air Force Thunderbirds?
Being a Thunderbird.
That
is honestly the coolest thing, the best way to put it. And being able to travel and connect with different people, you form so many connections all the time. So it's amazing.
Awesome.
All right, well, Staff Sergeant Sierra Kraut from the Air Force Thunderbirds, America's Ambassadors in Blue. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having me.
It was great.
Thank you so much.
All right, so the partnership between Hill Air Force Base and the surrounding communities is a big priority. Let's take a look at how Hill is working to be better integrated into the community and help airmen call Utah home.
Project One increases readiness by strengthening airmen's sense of belonging and community.
Every airman and every family benefits when they feel they belong in their community, when they feel valued, appreciated, and encouraged. That's true everywhere. However, we started Project One here in Utah because Utah offers our airmen and their families an experience different than most other places. In many ways, it's amazing, but in others, it can be more challenging.
Project One is made up of 5 focus areas: airmen and families, primary and secondary schools, colleges and governments, community partners, and religious and spiritual support. And while we do our best to provide ways for our airmen and their families to connect to communities and find their place here, there's one key factor airmen and their families need for Utah to feel like home, and that's you.
Hill Air Force Base is filled with airmen from all over the world. It can be isolating when you feel like no one understands you or your culture. By participating and supporting Hill Air Force Base in one or more of the 5 focus areas, we can create a community that elevates Hill's mission readiness and ensures every resident of our towns and cities feel like they belong and have a home here in Utah.
In addition to securing our national defense, Hill Air Force Base is an economic engine for the state.
Hill provides thousands of job opportunities to Utah, and we appreciate the contribution Hill's airmen and their families make in our communities. From an economic perspective, Hill Air Force Base and its associated activities brought over $11 billion to our state just last year, helping Utah maintain its status as the #1 economy in the nation. And while we appreciate the economic impact, Utah is a state where patriotism runs deep. Utahns value service and love that we get to be home to our airmen and their families as they keep us free. I hope that every airman and every family feels how much we appreciate them and their service in every engagement they have in our communities. We're excited to partner with the base through Project One to increase our airmen's readiness and make Utah home.
Welcome back, and what a great partnership between the base and the community. It's really such a supportive community here.
It is packed as well. It's like awesome to see all these faces enjoying the show, just in awe, because there's a lot of cool things happening, like the B-2 coming through. That's, I heard, pretty rare. So there's a lot of awesome things happening, and it's a pleasure to be a part of the show. Again, I'm Devin Mishuli.
Yeah, Dan Hawkins, so glad you're joining us on day 1 of this Utah Air Show, the Warriors over the Wasatch. And we just saw some F-35s, so it seems like a perfect time to bring in our next guest. We're going to bring in Colonel Mike Drifter is his call sign, and it's not
it's Getty.
Getty. There we go. See, I just wanted to make sure we didn't mess it up. No gets here today.
No.
But the commander of the 388th Fighter Wing and obviously the F-35s that the local community sees flying in the air every day fall underneath your command, sir. Can you talk a little bit about the mission of your 388th Fighter Wing and what you do for America's defense?
So the 388th Fighter Wing is about 2,000 people in the wing. We have 78 F-35s on the ramp, so we fly and fix F-35s and deploy wherever we're needed across the world. So our mission is to deliver F-35 dominance anytime, anywhere, and we prove that all the time. Just since I've been here, we've been to the Pacific 3 times, to Europe twice, and to the Middle East once, doing what the nation asked us to do.
And if the F-35 is the most advanced fighter, then what does the future hold for it, and what else do you see its capabilities going, or how far do you see that going?
Right, so you mentioned it's the most advanced fighter aircraft ever built. That's my line normally.
I read your mind. You got, I don't know.
You got.
That's what I was going to say. I was trying to play it, anyways. Moving on.
But what makes it so advanced is it's what we call a fifth-generation aircraft. So what makes an aircraft fifth generation is the stealth characteristics. So the airplane's hard to detect on radar, so we can get in places that other aircraft can't get closer into where we need to be. And it also has fifth-generation sensors on it. So there's sensors all over the airplane that are taking in data on where the enemy is, and that gets presented to us on the display in a God's eye view, which makes it very easy to have situational awareness of what's going on and be able to affect the battle space. And when we're out there, we're always out front. So we have more information than anybody else. We can share it with everybody else. So it's really important that anywhere we need to be, we're there and we're out front, kind of leading the charge.
Yeah, so interesting, the command and control characteristics that probably have to be displayed inside the F-35. But can you talk a little bit about, for maybe somebody who's not as familiar with the F-35, about what an average day looks like for members on your team? What are the training requirements? What does it take to fly this high-performance aircraft?
It's air combat's obviously complex. The machine is complex, so it takes a lot of hard training from everybody on the team to be able to be as good as we need to be. So kind of an average young pilot will fly 3 to 4 times a week. When you get kind of older like me, it's 1 to 2 times, and then they give you some more desk work to do, but that's okay. And then also 3 to 4 simulators per month as well, where we can do a little bit more kind of high-end training and you get some more repetitions. But it's important to both fly the airplane and combine that with the simulator training. The missions we're training to, offensive counter-air, defensive counter-air, suppression of enemy air defenses. So we're in there among the enemy making stuff happen, and we train really hard for that.
And tell us more about your team and the people that are assigned here at the 388th Wing.
388th Fighter Wing.
Fighter Wing, thank you.
Affectionately known as Panther Nation. So we've nicknamed the jet the Panther.
Okay.
You might have heard Panther 1 and 2 on the radio a second ago. And since we were the first combat F-35 wing in the Air Force, we affectionately call ourselves Panther Nation. But I'm honored to be in command of 2,000 of the finest airmen in the Air Force or anywhere in the world, in my opinion. So this is a very elite unit. Like I said, we were the first Air Force operational F-35 wing chosen. We were also the first chosen to fly the F-16 when it came out, so we take that heritage very seriously. And our airmen come from all over the country to form an elite team here as we do what we need to do to deter our adversaries.
Yeah, so I'm really curious about, obviously the F-35 demonstration team, Mach and her entire team do a great job. What does it take physically and mentally to fly that type of profile like she does?
Yeah, so Mach spends a lot of time in the gym. Getting ready.
I was going to say, you probably have to be very physically
You have to be fit, and it's only a 15-minute long show, but she's pulling, 8, 9 Gs. She's going 0.95 Mach, so almost the speed of sound a couple times during the show. It's very physically demanding on her, but she flies a lot, trains a lot, obviously trains her mind and her body to be ready to go, and she has the support, obviously, of her whole team and our whole wing as she gets ready to do that. But it's kind of amazing because that seems like a lot, but your body, you just kind of get used to it. And then we have certain anti-G straining maneuvers and things that we do to make it easier to handle the G forces and things. So she's obviously an expert at that.
Yeah, that's awesome because I recently felt the G-force. I had the pleasure of going on the L-39, and I felt like I almost passed out. And that was only like 4 Gs, so that's incredible.
Did you fly with Sticky?
I did fly with Sticky, yeah. Awesome. But I felt like I almost passed out.
You made it.
Awesome.
You made it.
I did. I'm here to tell the tale and lovely get to interview you.
Oh, good.
So you have 2,000 people. That's insane for one guy to, I'm sure the military does this all the time, but maybe you can touch on how you also are, because Utah has a training area just in the West Desert. So maybe you could talk about how you're a part of the training team here and other elements of your job.
Right. That's Mock taking off right now for her demonstration, so this will be pretty good timing. I mentioned before that we fly and fix the F-35, but I also, the Utah Test and Training Range also falls under me.
Okay.
And so that's a 2.3 million acre range. It's essentially the western half of Utah is our airspace and our bombing range, and we consider it a national treasure. So we do 95% of our training out there. So when you see us take off, we usually go that way. Underneath the airliners and out to the airspace, and that's where we do our training every day. And they also have a test mission out there. So the main part of that test mission would be testing long-range weapons like cruise missiles and things, which makes our mission more diverse here, because we're not only training warriors out on the range, but also testing high-tech weapons.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to put you on the hot seat. I know you're obviously an experienced pilot, over 2,500 flying hours, over 250 combat flying hours, a former F-15 pilot, maybe once an F-15 pilot, always an F-15 pilot. I don't know, but I'm going to put you on the hot seat.
Oh, boy.
F-35 or F-15, what's your favorite? Everybody has a favorite.
It's the F-35, hands down.
All right, okay, I figured as
hands
much.
down. It is a quantum leap in technology, and it's the one you want to go to war in.
And the most advanced. You can say your line again.
Or the baddest. You can say the baddest fighter ever built, too, whichever you want.
Yeah. So when did you actually start flying the F-35?
I transitioned to the F-35 back in 2013. So started flying it back then, and was honored to help stand up the first squadron, Air Force squadron that flew the F-35, which was down at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. And then the rest is history.
When did you come to Hill Air Force Base? When did this program really get underway, or has it always been underway here?
So the program stood up here in 2015 to 2016 is when the first jets arrived here. I wasn't here at the time. So I got here 3 years ago. I was the deputy, we call it the vice commander at the time, but they now call it the deputy wing commander for 2 years. And then I fleeted up to be the wing commander last summer. So I've been here 3 years, 1 year to go, and I'm loving it. Also wanted to mention while I was talking to you guys, I feel like this is a good time. But so being here over 3 years, I've gotten to know a lot of the people in the community, and I've never been at an Air Force base that's more where the community is more supportive of what we do. Our airmen, there's hundreds of them out here today, like volunteering and helping out, and we just get a lot of support from them. So I wanted to give the local community a shout out while I was here.
And I'm sure they certainly appreciate that, and I know you appreciate them. So we're going to get ready to kick it out to the narrator, because Captain Mock Klusner about to fly the F-35 demonstration for the crowd. Enjoy the show.
2 copies narrator.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to describe the unique history of what you are about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military and civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of the Air Force's history from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present. What started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand, and now Heritage Flights are performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world. Please turn with me now and watch as this rare formation approaches from behind and overhead. Flying in formation today is a World War II era P-51 Mustang nicknamed Wee Willie II, piloted by Steve-O Hinton. And your United States Air Force's F-35A Lightning II, piloted by Captain Melanie Mock Klusner. The legendary P-51 Mustang dominated the skies over Western Europe after it was introduced in World War II. Powered by a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, the Mustang has a top speed of 437 miles per hour and can travel up to 2,000 miles. It was also equipped with 6 50 caliber Browning machine guns and carried up to 2,000 pounds of munitions. We would like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all military veterans and attendants whose sacrifices over the years have helped preserve America's freedom. We hope you enjoy watching this rare formation of classic and current United States Air Force aircraft on our journey from heritage to horizons. Please turn with me now and watch as this rare formation approaches from behind the crowd for the final pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you've enjoyed watching and taking pride in this rare display of more than 70 years of air power heritage. Since 1947, American airmen have been breaking barriers in air, space, and cyberspace, resulting in a force that provides unparalleled global vigilance, reach, and power. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of your United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Ken Wilsbach, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we welcome you once again to the Warriors Over the Wasatch 2024 here at Hill Air Force Base. I am the F-35 Demonstration Team Chief, Staff Sergeant Thomas Bristol from Meridian, Idaho. I'm joined today by our team superintendent, Senior Master Sergeant Jake Sapola from Grants Pass, Oregon, as well as our team safety observer and combat-ready F-35 pilot, Captain Marcos Toro Orozco. Toro is a combat veteran fighter pilot with more than 340 hours in fighter jet aircraft and hails from Farson, Wyoming. As a member of the 388th Fighter Wing, also known as Panther Nation, commanded by Colonel Michael Getty, located here at Hill Air Force Base in scenic northern Utah, it is my distinct pleasure to describe for you today a capability demonstration by the world's most technologically advanced fifth-generation fighter, the F-35A Lightning II. The team commander and pilot for today's flight is Captain Melanie Mock Klusner. Mock comes from a military family, but she was born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee. She is a veteran combat fighter pilot with more than 750 hours in fighter jet aircraft. The F-35 you are about to see is a supersonic, 9G-capable, multi-role aircraft that combines cutting-edge stealth with the most advanced avionics system of any fighter aircraft in history. The F-35 gives the United States Air Force the power to dominate the skies, anytime, anywhere. While you won't see everything that makes the F-35A Lightning II the most technologically advanced stealth fighter aircraft in the world, you will witness its raw power. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stand up and get your cameras ready. I present to you the newest and most technologically advanced fifth-generation fighter aircraft in the world, your United States Air Force's F-35A Lightning II.
All right, welcome back in here to Broadcast Central. The F-35 demo team has taken off. Captain Mock Klusner is the pilot. Let's take a look and learn a little bit more about the pilot of the F-35 demonstration team.
What is it like to fly the F-35? A lot of people say it feels like you're on a roller coaster. You get to go upside down when you want. You get to do pretty much anything. And you've got the most powerful fighter jet engine ever built.
It takes grit and determination to fly the F-35, and Captain Melanie Klusner, call sign Mock, has plenty to share.
It's the coolest thing in the world.
Captain Klusner's passion for flying started young and was heavily influenced by her family. Her dad was an F-16 pilot, and her uncle flew the C-130s. There's also her trailblazing mom, who was in the first graduating class of women at the Air Force Academy and flew the KC-135.
When I told my mom I wanted to be a fighter pilot as a kid, she's like, yeah, you can actually do that now because of people like her who went through and broke all those barriers for people to do that today. So I feel very lucky. I'm grateful to the women that came before me.
Having served all over the world, flying the T-38 and the F-16, Captain Klusner and her husband now call Hill Air Force Base home. Did I mention he's also an F-35 pilot?
I think what we're doing is both cool, just in very different ways. And he supports me, I support him, so it's a good balance.
It was just 3 months ago Captain Klusner was made commander of the F-35 demo team, which travels to air shows across the country showcasing the world's most advanced fighter jet. Her favorite maneuver for the crowd?
I think inverted to inverted, because how often do you get to go upside down 300 feet above the ground? Never, unless you're the demo pilot or you're about to get fired. So that's probably my favorite maneuver.
While the demo team provides entertainment, what really inspires Captain Klusner are the people she's performing for. The veterans who have been in her shoes and flown the planes that she loves. She says it's an honor to fly for them and to inspire the next generation of pilots.
Every time I am in the cockpit and getting ready to do an air show, I always take a minute to just kind of reflect and say, I'm very lucky to be doing what I'm doing, and I'm super excited, so it's awesome.
She'll be traveling at just below the speed of sound, representing only half of the F-35 top speed of more than 1,200 miles per hour. Prepare yourselves for Freedom's Thunder. The F-35 is coming in hot. In a dogfight, combat maneuverability is crucial. The Lightning II's advanced flight controls, combined with its powerful engine, gives the F-35 an impressive 1,500-foot turn radius. As Captain Kluser approaches show center, she will light the afterburner and bank sharply, pressing her into the seat with up to 9 Gs, or 9 times the force of gravity. After completing the turn, the F-35 will power straight up into the vertical and quickly change direction, flipping end over end in a maneuver we call the Lightning Loop. Coming in from your left, the F-35 Lightning II's combat radius turn. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Kluser has begun to reposition in preparation for the dedication pass. Captain Kluser and the rest of the F-35 demonstration team from the 388th Fighter Wing wish to dedicate this pass to the men and women from all branches of the armed forces and their families who are so bravely fighting today's joint fight. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute. Now, from over your left shoulder, the F-35 demonstration team proudly presents the dedication pass. Captain Kluser will now demonstrate the Lightning II's crisp agility and handling. Notice that as she makes her approach, she is in the inverted position. As she reaches show center, she will complete a 360-degree roll and finish the pass inverted. Dropping back in from your right, Captain Kluser performing the inverted to inverted pass. The F-35 possesses the incredible ability to point its nose at will in a dogfight. Watch closely as the jet climbs more than a mile into the vertical and completes the lightning loop. And now, while under complete control and without thrust vectoring, Captain Kluser will execute a full 360-degree flat turn. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lightning II's pedal turn. Watch now as Captain Cruiser flies across the aerobatic container and traces a square in the sky. As she reaches the top of the loop, she will remain inverted and reduce the speed of the aircraft to just over 100 knots. Coming in from your right, the F-35 performing the unique square loop. The ability to maintain slow speed flight is crucial in combat. The potent combination of sophisticated flight controls coupled with the most powerful fighter engine ever built make it possible to reduce the F-35 speed to less than 100 knots. Coming in from your left, Captain Cruiser will demonstrate the F-35's slow speed capability. And then just as she approaches show center, you will once again feel the raw power of the engine as she lights the afterburner and accelerates the aircraft into a near vertical climb. Ladies and gentlemen, don't look away yet. As Captain Cruiser reaches the peak of her climb, she will go inverted and reposition the aircraft by performing a split S. As she returns to show center, she will then accelerate rapidly and snap the F-35 through a series of aileron rolls to demonstrate the Lightning II's impressive roll maneuverability. Dropping back in from your right, Captain Cruiser executing opposing rolls. As the most technologically advanced fighter aircraft in the world, the F-35's flight controls give our pilots a distinct advantage to outmaneuver their opponents. As Captain Cruiser approaches show center, she'll complete more than 135 degrees of heading change in just 3 seconds, slide the tail of the F-35 through the turn, and then powerfully climb out of the maneuver. Closing in from your left, ladies and gentlemen, the tactical pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. Don't look away yet. The F-35 is coming back in from the left, and it's coming in hot. As Captain Kluser prepares to land, we would like to give a shout out to our expert maintenance team that made today's demonstration possible. Our F-35 dedicated crew chiefs, Staff Sergeant Jacob Sackett from Benicia, California, and Staff Sergeant Jesse Easley from Houston, Texas. Our avionics specialists, Staff Sergeant Frank Zaragoza from Yuma, Arizona, and Staff Sergeant Devin Christensen from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Our aircrew flight equipment specialists, Senior Airman Samantha Jackson from Ogden, Utah, and Senior Airman Lee Cushaw from Kapolei, Hawaii, as well as our team's public affairs advisor, Lieutenant Nathan Pobletti. If you enjoyed today's performance, make sure to like and follow us on Facebook and Instagram using @F35DemoTeam. And make sure to tag us in all of your social media posts using hashtag F35DemoTeam. Thank you so much, Hill Air Force Base. It's very good to be home. Thank you for the hospitality. Have a great day.
All right, for the complete crew from the F-35 on the road, day in and day out, back home this weekend. Let's give them a big Ogden round of applause. They're back in Utah. Heaven on earth. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all you do all year long. Music. All right, now we're going to go to Rob Holland. Then we're going to go to the Thunderbirds. Rob Holland, brought to you by Bremont Watches, MX Aircraft, Champion Aerospace, MGL Avionics, Sling Pilot Academy, Full Stop Aviation, Tubro Aviation, and Titan Aviation Fuels. 10-time, 11-time, 12-time National Aerobatic Champion, doing things with the championships that nobody would ever see. o'clock exactly or whenever they request it.
Go. Well, the time is drawing near, Devin. The United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron, the Thunderbirds, about ready to take off. They're doing an enlistment ceremony right now, and then the ground show will get underway. But it's time. The headliner's about to take to the air.
Yes, I should start my drum roll. Maybe it's a little too early. I should wait for the drum roll when they're about to start their ground performance. And we spoke to a staff sergeant earlier, and she was mentioning how it's kind of has a little Disney tie to it. So you get to see an awesome air performance, but also before the air show, you get to see an awesome ground performance. So there's just a lot of elements. They do like 30 maneuvers, right? So there's just so much to enjoy here with the show.
Yeah, and before we switch to the Thunderbirds, I do want to point out that during our break, call sign Cyclone here got her official call sign from a former Thunderbird, Sticky, after your flight in the L-39. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. So I flew with Paul Sticky Strickland, and after we wrapped up, I was like, I forgot to ask, what is my call sign? So luckily, he just came over and told me that after discussion with his other partner, he said, you know what? Cyclone it is. They did say drizzle or twister possibly was on the table. So obviously,
which made a lot of
sense. I know.
Made a lot of sense.
I get it, and because I liked the aileron roll the most, so that's why.
Yeah. So the Thunderbirds were activated in 1953. The Aerial Demonstration Squadron really provides, a ton of shows every year. They're on the road about 250 days a year, performing for crowds around the world. They've actually flown in China, believe it or not.
Wow.
So this team, well-versed in what they do, and obviously the headline act. Sometimes you'll see the Navy Blue Angels at certain shows, but the Air Force Thunderbirds find the F-16C Fighting Falcon is the airplane of choice, and we're about to see it in action right now. Enjoy the show, everybody. The Air Force Thunderbirds.
Here for joining us on this fine day and helping list these new members of our Long Blue Line, these men and women who have chosen to serve and who are ready to take that next big step. But first, to the families, we want to say thank you for all that you guys have done in developing and really investing in these young men and women. They've become the people that they are today because of you, and we thank you for that. And we truly hope that we can give you back young men and women that you guys are proud of as well. So, as we move forward, come to attention. Raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations.
warriors of the 21st century. We are the warriors, a noble symbol of freedom and a tireless pursuit of excellence. And an everlasting legacy of pride, precision, and professionalism. Precision of all airmen of the United States Air Force. Since 1953, we have demonstrated the most advanced and respected air power in the world. The pinnacle of teamwork and dedication of the world's most elite force in air, space, and cyberspace. We are first, last, and always a fighter squadron. Our maintenance professionals can transform our jets to be combat ready in 72 hours to provide the protection under which our democracy operates. Today, you will witness the unparalleled teamwork, aerial precision, and raw power employed in combat. Almost unbelievable attention to detail demands the ultimate commitment from the whole squadron to achieve their best. At 500 miles per hour and formations 18 inches apart, and at times only 150 feet off the ground, the sound of freedom is not just heard, but felt. Our lineage of military jets and frontline fighters have always proudly displayed our colors. Red for courage, white for truth, blue for justice. Distinguished names that echo down the halls of aviation history. Thunderjet, Super Sabre, Thunder Chief, Phantom, Talon, and today's F-16 Fighting Falcon, also known as the Viper. In the spirit of its namesake, the F-16 can soar to 50,000 feet, climbing 30,000 feet per minute. It is capable of Mach 2 or 1,500 miles per hour, and maneuvers at 9 times the force of gravity. From our fabled past to today's ambassadors in blue, we seek to be the best of the best in our critical mission. Recruit, retain, and inspire the long blue line of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. We are the premier air demonstration squadron of the United States Air Force. We are 130 of the finest airmen together to exhibit the capability and uncontested air dominance of the United States Air Force. Anywhere, anytime. We are the Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds, check. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thunderbirds, search 2 ready now. Canopies down, ready now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Major Bryce Turner, Thunderbird 8, the team's advanced pilot and narrator from Yorktown, Virginia. It's great to be here at Hill Air Force Base, and today I want to tell you about the Thunderbird mission, a demonstration of teamwork, dedication, and professionalism that mirrors that of your Air Force active duty, Guard, Reserve personnel deployed around the globe. As our jets taxi out to begin today's demonstration, the Thunderbird crew chiefs are already preparing for their recovery. Let's watch as our maintenance professionals continue to demonstrate the same level of precision on the ground that you are about to witness in the sky. The Thunderbird team is comprised of proud professionals who are motivated by a passion for service and a commitment to excellence. It all started in 1953 with the F-84 Thunderjet. In just 6 days, the first Thunderbird team crafted a demonstration that would shape the future of military jet demo teams for years to come. The Thunderbirds became the first supersonic-capable jet demo team in 1956 with the transition to the F-100 Super Sabre. In the early days, flying at supersonic speeds and creating a sonic boom was an accepted way to begin the demonstration. While supersonic speed is now prohibited, the Thunderbird tradition of showcasing America's frontline fighter aircraft and representing the pride, precision, and professionalism of all of our 695,000 airmen continues today on the current team. With 31 different Air Force career fields, this team is a diverse group of exceptional airmen from all across this great nation who have committed to a mission greater than themselves. Each Thunderbird is filled with an intense passion, a sense of pride and purpose that represents the agile combat capability of your United States Air Force. The Thunderbirds have been showing Americans what our Air Force can do for over the past 71 years. Since 1953, not a single demonstration has been canceled due to a maintenance problem. Please join me in thanking the true heroes of our team and of the United States Air Force, our maintenance and support professionals. Right now, our pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway. And once they are ready, they'll take to the skies. Soon you'll hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your left to your right. Lieutenant Colonel Nathan Malaffa will then demonstrate the superior thrust-to-rate ratio of the F-16 by immediately pulling the noses up into the vertical, performing the diamond loop on takeoff. As the noses lift off the ground, watch for our slot pilot, Major Dakin Pellizzeri. He'll quickly move from the right wing into the slot position, forming the famous Thunderbird Diamond. Following the diamond takeoff, the solos will perform the mayhem takeoff. Thunderbird 6 will take off in maximum afterburner from the right, accelerate down the runway, and execute an immediate 360-degree roll whilst at low altitude. Thunderbird 5 will then take off from your right to your left, immediately pull the nose 60 degrees into the vertical, perform a split S maneuver, reversing his direction while still over the runway. Hang tight while we get ready to crank it on up.
Intercom, you're clear for takeoff, runway 14. It's showtime!
Thunder 1 is cleared for takeoff, runway 14. Thunderbirds, let's run them up. Stand by smoke. Smoke on ready now. Smoke up ready now. Thunderbirds, release brakes ready now. Burners now.
Force Base. Stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth. Your 2024 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron, known to all the world as the Thunderbirds! Woo! In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds, and in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now check 6, and welcome our current solo pilots, Thunderbird 5, Major Eric Tice, and Thunderbird 6, Major Jeff Downey, as they approach from behind and overhead to execute the ever-inspiring crossover break. Thunderbird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest as the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy, with 10 feet of wing overlap for your 2024 Diamond Pass in Review. Now look back to the left as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge, with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen and Captain Rob Kanaga as the slot pilot. Now look back to the left as our current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Roll. As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to the right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6, teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the diamond is approaching over your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 with the echelon pass in review. Surprise, Hill! That was Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. Now look back to the left and watch as our lead solo, Major Eric Tice, maintains the level flight while performing the challenging slow roll. Inbound from the right, Major Downey will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls. The diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Lieutenant Colonel Nathan Malafa calls for the 4 diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Smoke off, ready now, and roll.
From the right, Major Tice, and from the left, Major Downey. Inbound for show center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. From ahead and to your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back into the Thunderbird Diamond. Our solo pilots have once again positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross the show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver, made even more challenging, since Thunderbird 5 to your left is approaching upside down. From directly in front, Thunderbirds 1 through 4 straight up in the vertical in trail formation. While the maneuvers you are watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude, they require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ, whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond to perform the low bomb burst. place with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Look back to the right and find Major Downey low and slow. Watch as Thunderbird 5 rejoins with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches to perform the 5-card loop. From the left, watch as Major Downey demonstrates the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as he climbs 3 miles straight up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next class to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Inbound from the left, Major Downey will demonstrate the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a maximum performance turn followed by half Cuban 8. Look over your shoulder to the right for precision flying under G and feel the power of the Diamond Burner 360. As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation. We would like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today, whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we so greatly cherish. Lieutenant Colonel Molafa will now reposition the Delta formation for the Delta roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet. the Delta soars above, we are proud to represent the 68,000 airmen who are deployed around the globe. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy, it is the families who stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized, and we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they continue to fight to keep our country the land of the free and the home of the brave. And now from the right, watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the Delta Formation Loop. As the Delta repositions for the Delta Burst, the flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 71 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As Airmen First, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global Our solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross at show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with a knife-edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
Solos. Ready, hit it! Top 96265 on clock 99295 is on the line. Catch 5!
Solos. Ready, edit, roll out, and pull.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you're about to see. From the left, the diamond approaches for the high bomb burst. As our Thunderbirds prepare to land, we hope you found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage the young people of the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and family, and to surround themselves with excellence.
There you have it, the United States Air Force Demonstration Squadron, the Thunderbirds. What an awesome display. And I won't tell the crowd how many times you jumped, but they got you.
There's jump scares, everybody. I know when we spoke to Staff Sergeant Sierra Crow earlier, she had mentioned you're going to get a little scared, and I'm a sucker for jump scares, so they definitely got me. And then after the first one, I'm like watching my back. I'm like, where's the next one coming from? But it was awesome, jumps and all. It was a great performance. I'm in awe. It was my first time seeing them. So.
Yeah, there's nothing like the first time seeing the Thunderbirds. I mean, just the precision and the training that it must take to execute, nearly 45 minutes of precision flying like that.
And like doing so many and aileron loops in a row, it's just crazy. And seeing them go all the way straight up in the air, spin for 3 miles. The one pilot went all the way up. So it's just incredible, because I know the force on your body to do those things, to go into the loops.